Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone?
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox.
Hey, what's going on, gang? How are you? Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're back live. We're all back live. Happy New Year and all that. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Let's see if we can do this in the exact same half-assed way that we've been doing it. Low these 11 years. Fingers crossed. Hey, say hello to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the Browns!
Yeah. Browns. Very exciting, right? Mm-hmm. Very exciting. Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Right over there. Poundcake's back, too. He's in his little booth.
Afternoon, white people. Oh,
Yay!
I'm so happy.
You haven't been here in a long time.
I was afraid that I didn't know how to work everything. I was like, if I get in this elevator and my car does not work, I was like, I am literally just going to throw something. Oh, I didn't even know, I was like, how do I operate Promo Suite? How do I open up my email again? I forget everything. It's so good to be back.
Yeah, the longest, last 2 weeks of the show last year, Poundcake was at home because his roommates were dealing with the Rona. And so, I mean, I haven't been here for 2 weeks, but he really hasn't been here. You haven't been here in a month.
It feels weird walking in here. I was like, this is like a little vacation from home. Like, I feel like I'm leaving home. It is. It's like I'm going on a little fun day trip.
Like a trip,
and then going back to work when I get home. So I'm like, I don't want to go home. I just want to chill.
I don't want to go
guys.
back to that hot tub.
Are you still doing your day job from home?
Yep.
Okay, so you'll get done and then come in here.
Yeah, and then I was like, I even put on outfit. Usually I walk in here slumming it, like whatever outfit, whatever clothes I have clean. I'm like, I got my Christmas swag. I was like, you know what? I'm going all out. I don't even care.
Is that a new hoodie for Christmas?
It's a sweater.
And it's got leather at the neck?
A cowl neck? I'm going.
Whatever. New jeans, new shoes, like everything.
Guy.
Oh, wait. Hold the shoes up the other way because I couldn't see him.
He's first day of school in it over there. He laid
those
out
are-
his outfit last
He's
night.
the kid who wears all of his new stuff from Christmas on day one of school.
yeah.
I'm usually not
I
that
thought
guy.
you said
but
when you were the kid you didn't do that. Because you said when you were a kid you didn't do that so that you could wait till mid-year and then blow
You're
it.
correct.
Stunt on him.
Yeah.
But one, I'm not a kid anymore. And two, I'm just so excited to be back.
He's a grown man showing off his presence, Alan.
Duh.
I got my new favorite mask.
Yeah, all right.
Alan's face.
All right, yeah.
Did you get my gifts, by the way?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't meaning you two. I meant Alan.
What, I don't think so. What did I get?
It was in here. It was the Mountain Dew with a card on it.
Someone stole it.
Didn't see that.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been here.
Someone took that?
I thought that we did that.
It wasn't in here when I came in this morning.
No, 'cause
No, we did it before we left.
No, we didn't because
No.
we did his stuff later. We did it on the Bill Squire
Poundcake
show.
wasn't here.
Because Poundcake wasn't here.
Someone took your
That's why I was afraid. I
But
was
there's
like,
also an Alan, like a gift card that had Alan's name on it. And no one's been here other than us.
that's why I was
I
afraid to
don't
live in
know.
it. That's why
Maybe
I kept texting you guys. I was like, I wanted to make sure you got your gifts and everything. So I kept checking in. I'm like, make sure you got it. Because I was like, who's going to steal it? No one's going to. The cleaning crew's not even in here. Like, who's going to take it? And then someone took it.
Well, I appreciate it, whatever it was.
It was a
Mountain
12.
Dew.
It was a 12-pack of Mountain Dew, and then inside the car,
Okay, well.
you had a $15 gift card to Taco Bell, and I said I like when you make bad decisions. So.
You like when I make bad decisions. Well, listen, it's the thought that counts. Thank you. Whoever took that, I'm getting off the Mountain Dew for the New Year's. So
Really?
I've got to. I've got to.
resolution or just...
Well, not necessarily a resolution, but I always end up losing weight over vacation because my schedule's different. I just don't eat that much over vacation. And the Christmas vacation is the longest one that we take of the year. We take a full 2+ weeks, like 16, 17 days. And, so I get out of that habit of the way I do things here at work every day when I'm home, right? I'm just kind of more whatever.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, I'm going to stop doing that. What do they say? It takes 21 days to develop a new habit. Mm-hmm. I don't know how anyone arrived at that information, but we were gone just shy of that. That's let's round off the edges. That's long enough to establish some new habits. And one of those is I'm going to ease off the, go back to drinking my water, which I should be doing anyway.
Are you cutting it out completely, or are you going to kind of wean off of it?
I'm not weaning. No weaning.
No weaning
No weaning.
here?
No weaning.
Sounds like he went cold turkey.
Cold turkey.
Cold turkey.
That's right.
There you go.
Even though there's a new flavor of Mountain Dew out now too.
Oh, what is that?
It was like watermelon or something. Somebody hit me up about it. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Maybe I spoke too soon, Bill. They really do knock it out of the park. You'd have to go to your Family Dollar to get the Mountain Dew. They had like a pineapple one, a Maui Burst, I think is what they called it, that they were selling over the summer. And those were pretty good. Every time there's only over the course of the year. Now, granted, I'm OG Mountain Dew. Mm-hmm. Don't need anything other than that original yellow neon fluid, right? But when they try new flavors, they usually kill it. The only one I didn't like was they did one called Voodoo at Halloween, and it tasted like melted Skittles and cream. It was, even for Mountain Dew, it was so goddamn sweet. I didn't even finish like half a bottle. But all that aside, there's no weaning. I'm just going to stop drinking it. Okay. Now, this is not to say that I won't ever have one again. Of course I will. I've quit it before.
Mm-hmm. You sound like me when everyone was getting me like the gift cards for. I got so many gift cards. I got a $100 Uber Eats gift card. I got the ones you guys sent me, the Chipotle and Chick-fil-A. And I was like, after these, my New Year's resolution is to like lay off of those, at least those three: Uber Eats, Taco Bell, or Uber Eats, Chipotle.
Or don't blow through them as quickly as you normally would.
Oh yeah,
$5 in a week.
Yeah. Whatever it is. So, hello, Nick. How are you?
Hi, Alan. Happy 2021
hey,
ACS
2021.
crew. First caller of the year.
There you go. Hey. Nick is our first caller of 2021. What's going on, Nick? Your holidays good? Did you get any considerable amount of time off?
The holidays were good. Not a bunch of time off, but didn't bother me too much.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I was in a foul mood yesterday because I knew I was coming back today, which sounds a lot worse than it really is. It's just that when you kind of get into a different routine, we're very fortunate in that we take a couple of weeks off. Most people, I don't know what you got off at your day job, but it was probably Christmas Day and New Year's Day, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And that's what most people deal with. So we're very fortunate to if my biggest problem is getting into a routine from being off so long, but yesterday, I was in a foul mood because I was like, I got to get up early tomorrow again, and the whole thing. Whatever.
I was getting up earlier.
Huh?
I was getting up earlier than
over vacation.
Yeah, because I was doing other stuff like programming stuff in here to help out because it's such a skeleton crew, and so Mary was working nights.
Yeah, you guys were
during
working.
The days.
Yeah.
So we were in here, just pushing buttons and clicking mices, and
mouses.
Yeah, and it was So, I'm happy to have this schedule back because I can get a lot of my pre-show work done at home. But everything that I was doing over the break, I had to be here for.
I see.
Yes.
Yeah, I tried to unplug as much as I could.
Good.
Wasn't on Twitter, wasn't doing Facebook. I mean, a couple of holiday things off Instagram, whatever. Yeah. But I was like, I'm going to get some reading done, whatever. Of course, didn't do any of that.
Of course not.
Because I'm chasing a kid and then whatever.
Give me back my book!
Yeah. But I got to play with her a lot, whatever I wanted. I mean, it was good. So it was fine. I've completely hijacked Nick's call. Go ahead, Nick.
I was just going to ask if you knew the Browns score from yesterday. I hadn't heard it. I didn't know.
I heard that they
Is he serious?
won. I don't know. I think he's probably trying to lead us into something.
No, I'm playing. I'm just trying to change the conversation to the Browns being in the playoffs.
Well, so I clicked in and I was like, oh my God, they're beating the Steelers.
Yes.
I think I clicked in the second quarter, and then I clicked back in later thinking that the game was still on, but I think it had just wrapped. And then I go, oh my God, they beat the Steelers, which, hate to see my Steelers lose, Mary. Nevertheless.
People were crying.
I cried. I couldn't help it.
Why were you crying?
I was so excited.
Well, it is exciting.
Grown
It's
men.
very
When
exciting.
Mary
But cry
cries,
level
I have to
excited?
go. I love you all.
All right, thank you, Nick.
No, it was just one of those like, oh, I was so overwhelmed with excitement, like my
This
eyes
is like
started
the
to well
first time
up.
they've
Yes.
made the playoffs in your lifetime, basically. I mean, like when you were a little kid.
2002, I was 12.
Yeah.
So I wasn't watching football or anything like that. So I've only ever followed the terrible Browns. I've been a Browns fan for as long as they've been horrible. So to have so many years of pain and hurt and then to see it, it's so
Bill
great.
pointed out he was still living in the Philippines.
Yeah, I was in the Philippines last time they were in the playoffs, and I rewatched that game. Like, not the full game, but like the highlights of it. It's like 15 minutes long. And I had watched it a few times, but I'm like, man, it takes you right back. Like, you just go, God damn those Steelers. Because that game, they had it wrapped up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that 2003 playoff game where they had a pretty good lead. That's why yesterday when we were texting and it was like a 2-point conversion could tie it, I was like,
God.
man, I can't handle that.
It was a lot. It was
Yeah.
so much.
It was the NFL's longest active playoff drought.
Yeah.
Yep.
It took me a good 2 hours to be like completely happy about it. Like I was happy, but I was just like so
in shock.
Just like I was just
nervous.
Yeah, nervous about it that I wasn't able to really enjoy it till later in the evening
Well,
because I had to let it sink in a little bit.
And they're like, congratulations on beating the Steelers. You get to play
The
the
Steelers,
Steelers.
yeah.
And you're like, come on, man. Can we
But
just play
there's
anybody
a
else?
catch. They get their players back.
right.
Well, Joe Hayden's got COVID, so maybe he'll be hung up or something.
We'll see.
12,000 are going crazy inside First Energy Stadium. And wherever you are, this is starting to become very, very real that the Browns are going to go to the playoff. They're in victory formation, and Baker Mayfield takes a knee, and the clock will wind down. And the Cleveland Browns have made it into the NFL playoffs for the first time in 18 long years.
Here you go. There's Jim Donovan.
Hearing Jim Donovan call it makes a huge difference
have
versus
chills
like
right now. So
gay.
the other
Dude, seriously.
like the CBS team calling it. I got my Browns Steely Clothing Company MMS shirt. Pumped about that. I'm excited for Sunday. I think I'm excited.
My sister is very much not into football or sports in general. She doesn't really care. And so, like, last week when we had to beat the Jets, she was like, oh, we're going to go sledding and we'd really like. I'm like, come on, man. Like, you don't understand. Half our players are out. Nick Chubb's going to have a great game.
Didn't we lose to the Jets?
We ended up losing,
Yeah.
but
Indeed.
I didn't get to watch the game because I chose my stupid family. And then this week I texted her, I was like, we're not doing anything. All right, do you understand how important this game? And then she texted me afterwards and was like, I'm very happy for you and your sports thing. Like, thank you very much.
For your ball team.
Right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, congratulations to them. It's very exciting.
It's very exciting.
I know that CLE Clothing Company is they're doing a Browns Buzzard T-shirt.
Ooh.
That's what I'm wearing.
Oh, is that the one
Yeah,
that you're
that's right.
wearing?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, there it is. I thought you meant because we also have like a new Buzzard Through the Years T-shirt over there.
I got that one.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got the Cavs one. I gave them a lot of money.
Well, the shirt that Bill's wearing, if you're watching the show, those are going very quickly, and I'm not exaggerating.
That is really cool.
Yeah, so you can get online or one of the stores and get them while they got them. So.
This bird's real.
Yeah!
Even
Do
though
we
it's not.
have a code for January?
Don't know. I haven't heard. Okay. I'm waiting to hear back, but I haven't heard, and I'll give it to you as soon as I have it. That's what they call in the business a tease. And with that, we'll go to it's our first break of 2021.
Oh, this is what I've been waiting for.
Very exciting.
Like, I like being back on the show, but I like when there's commercials.
I really like being paid. All right, let me take a break. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, and 35192 to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
Go home. Hell, you can even ask Alan.
I could probably get you some information over here.
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Guitar Hero?
It is.
I was going to say.
One of my faves.
Great song.
It's very fun because it's not that hard, so you can kind of just like jam.
Yeah, it's like a good groovy song.
Yeah.
A lot of people died while we were gone. Leslie West, one of them. He was, I think Leslie West is easily one of the most underrated guitarists in rock and roll. He was 75, he's a big fat guy. He had a heart attack near his house a couple days before Christmas. Never regained consciousness. He was 75 years old. But he led a band called Mountain. Everybody knows Mississippi Queen. If you're old enough to remember it when it was a new song, I mean, you're talking late 60s, maybe 1970. I mean, the band was broken up by the early 70s. They played Woodstock, the concert. Why did I say Woodstock, the concert?
I was like, not the character?
No, because I'm thinking...
the barbecue joint in Lakewood.
Yeah.
They played the little bird from the Snoopy cartoons. No, I'm thinking of the Woodstock movie. Their manager, for whatever reason, would not let them use the Mountain set in the Woodstock movie.
Come on.
Which is like a big story about CCR, John Fogerty and Creedence Clearwater Revival, is that they were one of the headliners for Woodstock, but they weren't used in the movie. So it's like, that's how everybody got to know a lot of these bands, if you weren't at the show, was the movie.
Yeah, movies aren't going to be around forever. Why would you put it in that?
Yeah, picture film.
He was only about 50 years too early on that whole thing. But for your own manager to go, nah, we don't want you using our boys in the Woodstock movie, was a huge thing. But Leslie West died at 75 years old. And he would, Mountain, I think, would reunite every couple of years or whatever. But again, if you're not old like me, you know it from Guitar Hero. Because it's a fun song to play.
And a million soundtracks.
Yes.
It's been
more
in other
than made
movies.
his money off of Mississippi Queen.
Lots of other movies, just not the Woodstock movie.
The Woodstock movie. MF Doom died. If you are a fan of kind of thinking man's hip-hop, my son texted me this. He goes, did you see MF Doom died? I go, no. Dude was my age. I guess he died around Halloween, but his family didn't drop any of the information about it until a few days ago. This was the guy who wore like the Dr. Doom mask. It was like a metal mask.
I knew nothing about this guy until he passed away. Yeah.
I saw him open for Common years ago. That's when I first heard of MF Doom. But his wife and his put something on Instagram that he had died on Halloween. And they didn't say how. But he's a young guy. He's 49 years old. I think that's a young guy. I mean, I'm 49.
Yeah,
I don't
young.
Yeah,
That's pretty young. Yeah.
49's like that age where like probably still too young to be dead. You're not a young man anymore. It was a 60s band called Jerry and the Pacemakers. This thing writes itself. Jerry Marsden, the frontman for that band, died of a heart condition.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
At 78 years old. So if you remember Jerry and the Pacemakers, they probably played the Moondog Ball 100 years ago. Alto Reed died. The greatest stage name for a sax player of all time was Alto Reed, the guy that was responsible for this. Turn the page. He'd been with Bob Seger since day one. My wife is a huge, huge Bob Seger fan. She fanboys over Bob Seger. And so when we've seen them over the years, this guy Alto Reed, he was still rocking the jet black ponytail. And
As you do.
But he had colon cancer, and he died at 72 years old. But he had been in that band forever. And again, I've always said this. That's the move, is to dye your hair when you're a young man. because then you never look different. Your face will get a little bit more kind of sallow, but your hair, if you're Gene Simmons, if you're Alice Cooper, these guys who've been dyeing their hair for 40 years.
And then you could also go a little less obvious. A guy like Rip Torn, I've been watching Larry Sanders Show. He was not an old man, but he definitely didn't have that chestnut brown hair when he was on that show. Like, he was definitely dyeing his hair.
Even more so.
Even Gary Shandling probably.
Right. It's funny you mentioned Rip Torn because I went back in and started 30 Rock all over the break, right? And Rick Torn was Don Geiss in 30 Rock. And he was even older in that show and still had, like, the dark brown dyed hair.
Yeah.
And, you know. That was 25 years after the Larry Sanders Show, I think.
Kenneth Copeland.
He's got the weirdest.
His hair's so
I mean,
weird.
he's not a rock star. He had that one banger last year, but he's got that dyed hair, you know.
COVID-19, COVID-19, the wind of God. So Alto Reed died. Tanya Roberts just died. She was a Bond girl in the 80s, but a lot of people remember her from that 70s show. She was in Playboy in the 80s too, I think, but she did like a handful of movies here and there.
Who was she in that 70s show?
She was Donna's mom.
Oh,
the
man,
foxy
she's
mom
so
that everybody.
Oh, Midge?
Yeah.
Midge, yeah. But she was one of the Bond girls in one of the Roger Moore movies.
Damn, she died?
She did.
I didn't even hear that.
She was out walking her dog and she collapsed and just didn't wake up.
Dang.
So, you know, they always have to put an asterisk on these and say that it's not COVID related, but that's what they're saying. She was in A View to a Kill, which was one of the Roger Moore Bond movies. I think she was in her late 20s. And she didn't get a cool Bond girl name. You know, we've talked about James Bond over the years, and the great thing about those movies is the ridiculous names that they would give the girls.
Mm-hmm.
And her name in View to a Kill was, not View to a Kill, was...
Betty Johnson.
Yeah, it was View to a Kill. Stacy Sutton. Yeah, her name's Stacy Sutton. You know, you didn't get cool... Because they had amazing Bond girl names. Everybody remembers Pussy Galore. They had Honey Rider. Or were some of the other good ones? Honey Rider. There was Pussy Galore. There was... I
remember the Christmas one.
Oh, yeah. It was Denise Richards.
Yeah.
With Pierce Brosnan.
And they just did that one so they could make that one joke at the very end. Where he goes, I thought Christmas only came once a year.
Christmas only came once a year. Dr. Christmas
Pierce
Jones.
Brosnan, Larry Sanders Show.
What? I don't remember him in the Larry Sanders Show.
Wasn't he in like an early episode?
Oh, maybe. I don't remember that one, but you might
Plenty
be right.
O'Toole.
Yep, Plenty
Holly
O'Toole.
Goodhead. Come on.
Holly Goodhead from Moonraker. And she was Dr. Holly Goodhead.
Yes,
wow.
a doctor.
They had Kissy Suzuki. Just great names. But they would go back and forth between the ridiculous names and just regular names. They'd have Kissy Suzuki, and then they'd have Ruby Bartlett.
Maria Freudenstein.
There you go. Mary Goodnight.
Yeah, these are funny.
So, yeah, Octopussy. That was the name of the movie, and that was the girl that was in it. Still don't know how they got away with that. They could never get away with that now.
Maybe that wasn't him. That was a Pierce Brosnan knockoff then.
Oh, okay. Dr. Molly Warmflash was one of the Bond girls. Electra King.
Well,
Miranda Strawberry Fields was one of the Daniel Craig girls.
They're not working now. Maybe they could help out with the live stream.
Yeah, right. Who do we have today? We've got, on the live stream, we've got Lisbon Durplan.
Sexy name.
Okay. Hey, we're starting off the new year with more money, by the way. We like to give people money.
Oh, yeah.
Money. We're calling it a buck ton of cash this time around. Because we're clever. It's $1,000 for you to win. Good luck. Oop, hold on. It's my first mistake of 2021. Won't be my last.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GAME, G-A-M-E, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GAME to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from this tropic port aboard this tiny ship. The mate was a mighty sailing man.
You know this one, Poundcake?
Nope.
I mean, they tell you the name of the show. I mean, this is going back a ways, so I'm not going to hold it against him. Dawn Wells also died. She was Marianne on Gilligan's Island.
I was always a Marianne kind of
I was too. You had Marianne and Ginger. She died over the break from COVID-19. She was 82 years old. And so Ginger is the last living cast member of Gilligan's Island.
Wow. On that island all by herself.
Tina Louise, she had to eat everyone else. Tina Louise is 86, and she is the last living member of that show.
I'd watch Ginger eat Marianne.
I wonder.
Right.
I wonder how Betty White just watches all this. Like, she's watching the world just like go to hell right before her eyes, and she's just
In a
like,
bunker.
Yeah, she's the most golden of all the golden girls. And she's just like, everyone's dying, not because of COVID-19, just because they're old, and she's still kicking.
Yeah, God bless Betty White, boy. So yeah, everyone else from over the years, everyone else from Gilligan's Island has died. Jim Backus, who was also famous for what? Anybody remember Jim Backus? He was Thurston Howell. He was the rich guy on Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, I don't know what else he did.
He did a lot of cartoon voices, including Mr. Magoo. If people watched Roadhog, if people watched Mr. Magoo, that was Jim Backus. He grew up in Bracknell. He went to Shaw High School in East Cleveland. He died in 1989. And then Alan Hale Jr., who was the skipper, right? Little buddy, right? He died in 1990. And then Natalie Schaefer, who was Mrs. Thurston Howell, she was Lovey Howell, she dies in 91. Bob Denver, who was Gilligan himself, he died in 2005. Then Russell Johnson dies. The professor, he lived a long time. He lived until 2014. He was 89 years old. And then Dawn Wells just died at 82. So Tina Louise, who is herself 86, pushing 90, is the last living cast member of Gilligan's Island. If you don't count the people who played monkeys, natives, things like that.
Radio.
Yeah, the coconut radio is still alive. It's probably in a hospital somewhere.
It's got a ppm meter.
Right. So, a lot of people died while we were gone. Leslie West and Tanya Roberts and Alto Reed and blah, blah, blah. By the way, if you're anything like me, and I can only assume that you are, you might be concerned about the state of our male Leslies with the death of Leslie West, right?
Yeah,
you might be thinking to yourself,
be a lot of those coming.
Not going to be a lot of new ones coming.
Maybe. There's all kinds of weird trends with guys' names and baby names in general.
There's this old gay actor named Leslie Johnson. He was just on the New Year's Eve with Anderson Cooper and
I think I follow him
Billy
on
Bob
Instagram.
Cohen. Who's Andy Cohen?
Did you say Billy Bob Cohen?
I couldn't remember.
Billy Bob Cohen.
It's Andy and Anderson. It's super
I know.
easy
How
to
can I
remember.
forget that? I know. I clicked over to watch the ball drop on New Year's Eve, and it was Anderson Cooper who was hammered, and Andy Cohen.
Because Andy Cohen gets him hammered, and they were talking about doing acid or doing mushrooms like when they get home. I'm like, it's good to see news people all kind of unbuttoned.
It was weird once you realized that they were drunk. Because they had New Year's Eve in Times Square, they had people in pens.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it was completely devoid of people, which I guess I thought it would be. They figured out a way to advertise and sell it.
It was kind of like little or no people. I mean,
It
they were in
wasn't
little
many,
boxes.
yeah.
No, but I didn't think there'd be anybody.
Right.
I thought, so they had they had like inflatable pens where people were in there, and they had this guy, this character actor named Leslie Jordan, little Southern flamboyant white-haired guy who I guess is blown up on Instagram because
I just followed him. I was like, who is this guy?
My wife
does
follows
cameos
him.
too.
And so, but he's funny and he's whatever. But the way they had it set up, I don't know if anybody watched this, was they had them superimposed from the studio, and then Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen would just look over as though they were talking to him on the thing, but you could tell that they weren't like locking eyes. And there was still the delay.
Yes.
When they were talking, it was weird. I'm like, why would they do this?
They satellite people. I don't know. I don't know why they did
maybe
that.
they were just trying to try some cool technology
Play
and
with
figured they would do
visuals.
it on New Year's Eve. But if you're worried about, probably aren't any new Leslies coming.
Not a lot.
I didn't watch the Anderson Cooper one. When I turned it on, it was Aaron Samuels from Mean Girls. I don't know his real name, but I turned it on and he was the one hosting.
Don't know who that
whatever
is.
the channel is.
Well, it wasn't on CNN. I was watching CNN.
I think it was ABC then. But as soon as it came on, I was like, what? And I've never seen
Why do they always get gays to host the ball drop?
I've never seen that guy do anything else.
I think you just answered your own question. You are watching New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest.
But Ryan Seacrest isn't there.
Dick Clark's New Year's Eve with Ryan Seacrest.
But he's the host on ABC. He took
Then I
over
don't
for
know-
Dick Clark.
I don't know what I
But
was
I mean,
watching.
Leslie Nielsen's been dead for 10 years now. Bob Hope's dead. His real name was Leslie. I
Leslie
don't-
Jones is a girl.
Leslie Jones hosts
About that
Supermarket
male
Sweep.
Leslie,
The comedian.
yes.
Who's the parody actor who made the cop movies?
Leslie Nielsen. He's been dead for 10 years.
He died?
10 years
oh my
ago.
God, I'm so out of it. I don't
Naked
even
Gun,
know.
Leslie
yes,
Nielsen.
that guy.
Yeah.
So Bob Hope and we still have that little Leslie Jordan guy. We still have Les Claypool.
Hey.
His full name's Leslie. If you're a Fish fan, not Fish, Primus fan. Still have Les Moonves. Still have
yeah, we do.
he won't go away. We still have Billy Ocean. His real name's Leslie.
Okay.
So we still have a handful
few.
of living
But
Leslies.
Are there any Leslies under 40? Probably
No,
not.
I don't think so.
No, you're
Not
not going to
male
meet a
Leslies,
guy
yeah.
named Leslie under 40.
When you Google male Leslies, they come up with their fame meter on this website, and a lot of them, 3 out of 100.
Bob Hope's got to be at the top.
He is.
Okay.
His fame meter, it doesn't even say. So
As I
he's
understand it,
number
Bob
one.
Hope was relatively well known, not for being Leslie, but I mean that was his real name, but he was known for being Bob.
I don't know how much I trust this website, though, because Leslie Nielsen, number 2, has a fame meter of 9 out of 100.
Maybe 90.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Well, the time flies and people forget. People have short-term memories, and he's been dead for a decade. So, but I would like to see. So again,
And I don't think they're like redistributing those Naked Gun movies a lot. Like they're pretty. They had a lot of real corny jokes, but a lot of real like insensitive jokes. So I don't think that's one that like Netflix is like, hey, here's this classic.
Those movies have not aged well.
Yeah.
No.
I just watched Naked Gun a couple months ago for the first time, and I was losing it. I thought it was
They're
hilarious.
funny. I think they're very funny, but I think in like the third one, like the big joke is that Anna Nicole Smith has a penis.
Oh, that's so first Ace Ventura is like that
Yeah.
too. Like the whole
Yeah.
plot of the movie is that a man became a
Mr.
woman.
Winky. Yeah. A lot of things that even 15 years ago he couldn't do today. Even digging through, starting 30 Rock over, I was like, oh boy, they couldn't do that now.
The Office.
Oh, man, they have a
same
lot of that
thing.
stuff.
Office, yeah.
Which came off Netflix.
It's on Peacock, though.
Yeah, December 31st was its last day.
But aren't they dropping some never-before-seen thing to get people to go over to Peacock?
That I don't know.
They've been doing stuff like that. Little like I sent you one. It was like this whole Matrix cold open.
With Dwight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Didn't watch it.
Biggest Office fan over here.
Yeah. No, I clicked over to Peacock over the break, see what's doing over there, and not much.
Well, they got
They
the
got a bunch
Office.
of stuff, but I don't know who they got. Larry Wilmore's got a show. I'm
They
like,
got
who's over
30
here
Rock,
watching
yeah.
this?
Parks and Rec, is that over there?
Yeah, I think so. Parks and Rec. Like they're living off their mid 2000
sitcoms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I've got to take a break. Another chance for you to grab some money is coming closer to 4:30. Another buck ton of cash, $1,000 just about every hour for you to win. If you want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
816-578-1007 if you'd like to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. We got a lot of very nice messages over the break on the After Hours line. A lot of drunken audio love notes for me. Thank you if you left one of those. I'm not going to air them, obviously. But nice that you thought of us. Larry King is in the hospital with COVID. Whether or not he will have as much luck recovering from that as he has had in the world of matrimony remains to be seen. This is a guy who clearly has some kind of horseshoe up his ass for a long, long time. He's 87 years old. He easily looks twice that age. Talk about dyeing your hair.
His suspenders have like sunk into his shoulders.
Yeah,
yeah, he doesn't look great. He just got out of the ICU, but I sent you this clip of him interviewing Danny Pudi on his show like last year, and it's so goddamn funny. I just saw it for the first time like a week ago, and it's so goddamn funny.
Yeah, I did too. Because Larry King, was this the Russian television show that he was doing, or this was
some
CNN?
YouTube. This is some YouTube thing he was doing.
YouTube thing, yeah. And here, let me back this up. I was just watching a couple episodes of Community, by the way. That's another show I was trying to get into.
I love that show.
Because I'm very heavily into Matt Berry now. I've mentioned Matt Berry on the show before. He's a British comic who is in
What We Do in the Shadows.
What We Do in the Shadows. But he has done so many funny shows at home in England. And he did an episode of Community that I searched for and found where he teaches a grifting 101 class.
Very funny episode.
Very funny.
The IT Crowd, he was on a couple seasons of that.
IT Crowd, yeah.
That's a great show.
Show on Amazon called The Year of the Rabbit, which I think is only a year or so old, where he plays a Victorian London cop. And it's so dark, dry, joke-heavy that it's so friggin' funny. So Danny Pudi from Community and Larry King.
Your socks, would you put in your shoes?
Yeah.
Let me back it up a little bit.
Can't live without coffee. I really like good
It's
coffee.
not a luxury. You can get it anywhere.
Larry King had said, what's a luxury that you can't live without?
Yeah.
Larry King, obviously, despite having so many ex-wives, and I don't know what his alimony situations were, but Larry King still has a lot of money. This guy started out in radio because he's got a phenomenal voice. Started out in talk radio, blew up in Miami for many years, and then got, of course, on television CNN, and then does stuff for Russian television. I don't know, one of these cable channels that Russia owns. Because why retire? This guy's probably still paying 5 women ago for something,
Right,
you know?
you can't retire.
He can't retire. He just wants to keep working. I admire that. I'm one of those guys. Child support or not. I'm one of those guys who wants to die behind the microphone. I want to work as long as this awful, terrible, godforsaken business will have me.
So you're going to go back to stand-up?
No.
I guess, yeah, I like good coffee.
I love coffee, too.
I like nice socks.
Socks. Your socks, would you put in your shoes?
Yeah, I really love them. I like kind of like, cozy feet.
You're attracted to your socks.
I'm attracted to really nice running socks. Like, I'm always looking for good running socks.
That's not a luxury, though. Coffee and socks are not a luxury.
All right, give me a luxury. What luxury should I have?
Private plane.
Larry, I'm on DuckTales and Mythic Quest.
DuckTales, that's wonderful.
There's no private planes for me.
Favorite superhero?
Favorite superhero?
Anybody watching Mythic Quest, by the way? I know I've mentioned that before.
I
Very
tore through
funny.
it. I tore through it at the beginning of like quarantine.
I forgot that he was on that.
So goddamn good. That show and Ted Lasso. Just so
Best show of the year.
So good. Yeah, Ted Lasso is
Best show of
the
2020.
best show for sure.
I'm on DuckTales and Mythic Quest, Larry.
Like a private plane.
Right.
I'm on DuckTales.
What I like about Larry King is that he's not doing any preparation. He's getting a sheet or index cards from his producer. Ask this guy this. And then Larry has probably got some uber generic questions that he's asked over the years, What's a luxury you'd really like? He's not going to have any comeback. His
a luxury you can't do without.
Without.
Danny Pudi's thinking of things that he indulges in at a high level. So he wants really good coffee and really good socks. And Larry King's just like, What are you talking about? I'm talking about luxury, not regular stuff.
Yeah, Larry King's been living in a penthouse in the Upper West Side for a long time.
Yeah.
So to him, coffee and socks aren't a luxury. But I'm with Danny Pudi. I love socks. I don't like walking around my house barefoot. I like walking around in socks.
I like good socks, too.
And anytime, if I look down and I see a hole, no matter how small in my socks, if I see a hole, those socks get thrown away, right? I don't throw the holy one away and keep another one because whatever.
What kind of socks do you wear?
Lately, I've been wearing Adidas socks, sports socks, right? I like them a lot. I bought a dozen pair of them, and they're not that old. You know, they get laundered or whatever like anybody else would. But as soon as I just saw one over the weekend, if I see a hole in one of my socks, out they go.
Once they start getting, thinning, I get rid of them.
Yeah.
I'll give them to my dog as a toy.
You want cushy socks.
I want cushy.
Yeah.
Good, a nice elasticity to them still. Once they start even getting a little stringy or something,
You get the weird toe flop where it's just too long on the toes. I got
or if I'm, I have different length ones where I do the ankle socks, or I'll have the higher up ones, and if they start losing that elasticity, done.
I just got wool socks for the first time.
Have you heard of wool?
I texted Bill so excited. I was like, have you ever had wool socks before?
Well, wigwams, or what'd you buy?
No, I got them in my stocking for Christmas for my boyfriend. They're, I think he just got them at Target. But they're
so
just
things are going great with him.
Yes.
Okay.
But when I said, I was like, I think that's why I'm so cold, because when I have on these thick, really nice socks, I'm not cold anymore. So I've been wearing almost exclusively those. I went to Target and bought the other 6 pairs that they had. So now I have 10 pairs of wool socks that I wear pretty much every day, and they're so warm.
But you're not talking. You're talking the comfy. You're not talking Swedish thick, bushy wool socks.
They're not
They're like cottony wool socks.
They're like cottony, sure, but they're they're not cutesy fuzzy socks. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
They have designs on them, but they're thick, nice, really warm. I've been on a kick with those for the past 2 weeks.
So you've discovered wool, and your life has changed.
I found wool.
Yeah.
But you know what?
I was a Boy Scout, so we had to wear wool socks in the summer.
Oh God.
It was part of the uniform. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Gross.
Yeah.
I don't like wool sweaters though. They make me super itchy. So I think is why I've stayed away from wool socks for so long. And then I got these, and they're amazing.
It didn't occur to you that the itchy wool is probably not what they would use on socks?
I don't know. It's the same thing.
Who's going to wear itchy wool socks?
People wear itchy wool sweaters.
But not on their skin.
Yes, sweaters go on your skin.
You wear layers. You wear a sweater over.
No, a cute woman's sweater. You don't put anything on under that.
They make those out of scratchy wool?
Sometimes. I have one in my closet.
That's a badass bitch wearing one of those.
I don't like it.
Scratchy wool.
But I still feel like you wear it with layers.
When I wear a cute sweater, I don't have layers. If it's a hoodie, yes, I have a t-shirt on under this hoodie, but not a woman's dressy sweater. You know what I'm
Poundcake's wearing.
Poundcake, is your leather hoodie made out of wool?
No, I don't think so.
He's got some disco hoodie.
T-shirt underneath it, but even if it's not like a camisole or something like that, wouldn't you wear that?
No, if I had that red shirt that Cody has on right now, I would only wear that.
It's not it's not polyester, is it? I don't know what fabric this is. I don't know what this is.
Look on the tag.
I'm not taking it off to look at the tag.
Oh.
Yeah, spandex, maybe?
Do you have anything on under it?
Yeah,
just
the
that?
t-shirt.
Yeah, I do.
Well, take it off and see what it's made of. God, this guy. See, he got his whole thing squared away, and he doesn't want to screw it up. He doesn't want to mess it up.
He's all tucked in and underneath, too.
Yeah, I understand
Look at him. Take it off. Ow, ow, boy. Look at him. The Cleveland shirt, muscles popping.
It doesn't say anything. It just says made in China. I don't know what this is.
Made in China.
Acrylic.
Is it flammable? Al, does Mary know about fuzzy socks? I discovered fuzzy socks, and they are legit.
I have so many pairs of fuzzy socks.
It's acrylic.
Acrylic.
Okay, so that's mostly plastic.
100% acrylic.
Ooh, God. It's like what floors are made out of.
The nails, acrylic nails.
Well,
you guys got.
Sure, we've had them. You're wearing nails all over your torso now. Yeah, okay.
Well, it still looks nice. Even the leather parts are acrylic.
Just leather acrylic. All right.
I have lots
It's a
of fuzzy
vegan sweater.
socks, and I originally asked for that for Christmas, and he was like, "I figured you had so many pairs, I'd get you something different. Got some wool socks."
All right. Alan, do you throw out the whole pair or just someone with a hole? I already established this. The whole pair goes out. If I see a hole in a sock, they both go out. Because I don't want to mess around with odd number of socks. I mean,
Do you
Of course, you're
buy-
always going to lose one anyway, so maybe it'll come back full circle. Maybe I should just throw out the sock.
Do you buy multiple pairs at once?
Yes.
So you'll buy like a 6-pack or
That's
something
right.
like
I buy
that?
my socks one at a time, not even a pair. I buy one at a time.
One at a time.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I go, I don't want both these. I just want one. And then I'll come back. I'll put this one on layaway and get it later.
It's like when you get a 6-pack of something and it says not for individual sale. If they don't
Nope.
say that, Bill separates them and then checks out with them. Sir, are you having a hard time scanning that? Yes, I am, because I'm trying to buy a sock, ma'am.
Sock, yes.
A sock.
Oh, there's no price tag on this? Where did you even find that?
The sock bin.
Bin.
The bin, yeah.
The panty bins.
There are panty bins. There's lots of panty bins.
So, oh, God.
That's a callback to a movie that nobody saw.
Panty, which is what?
I can't even think of it.
Pixar's Soul?
No, I didn't. A lot of people watched that. That was a great film. Loved it. It's like Jason Lee. It's
Jesus.
It's and Faison Love's in that scene. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Jason Lee and Faison Love.
The first, when I first had my experience with panty bins was at Charlotte Russe. Because that was like where I started shopping kind of in middle school.
Sure.
And before that, I had always ever bought like the Kmart or Walmart 6-pack of Fruit of the Loom underwear. You know what I mean? They all come in the little bin and they got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or flowers or whatever.
So that you know which day of the week it is.
Right. But then when I started like going to the mall with my girlfriends, and then Charlotte Russe would have women's underwear were I think 5 for $10. And you would literally just dig through bins. And I remember being like, there's no way that this can be sanitary. Like people just digging their hands throughout this. And my friends were like, you gotta wash them before you wear them. But this was in the time of my life when we were like hiding our thongs from our parents. So we had to like hand
Oh boy,
wash them
I
in
remember
the
that time in
sink.
my life. Yeah. Well, you think you were hiding your thongs from your parents?
I'm
little
never
AC.
going to stop hiding my thongs from my parents. I
Probably
just think
a good
it's the
idea.
better way to live. I don't think my parents need to know about my thongs, feet or otherwise.
They're pretty conservative, so I'd
Yeah.
say that's a good bet.
A Guy Thing is the movie that I was thinking of, which he, like Jason Lee, cheats on his wife at a bachelor party or his girlfriend, and they find
God.
like, yeah.
All right. A Guy Thing.
Not a
Him,
lot of people saw it.
Julia Stiles, Selma Blair. All right. Well,
I
there
feel
you
like
go.
I saw that. Is Selma Blair in underwear at some point in that? I think she's crying over a breakup.
Boy, I
Yeah,
hope
well,
so.
that's the whole scene is like she finds underwear that he
Yes, I have seen
had,
this.
and then she's like, "What? You got me this? There's no tag on it." He's like, "Oh yeah, they were just in a panty bin." And she calls the store, and then Faison Love is the person that answers, and she's like, "So do you guys have panty bins?" And he's like, "Yes, we have panty bins," because he's just bro coding it.
Yeah.
It's funny. At least that scene was.
So Larry King keeps ducking the Grim Reaper. He is at Cedars-Sinai for more than a week. He's been in there fighting COVID-19. He has type 2 diabetes. He has had several heart attacks. He had a quintuple bypass surgery 30 years ago.
I didn't even know you could have that many.
He has had lung cancer. He also underwent a procedure last year to address angina. His wife's angina is doing fine. I think he and his wife have split. That's the woman that he was married to for a long time. He's got
the Mormon one, right?
A kid with her. Don't know about that. Sean Smith or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, he has had children die from heart attacks. His son is 65.
Yeah, he
who
takes
just
their
died.
soul and just keeps on going.
Yeah, he opens their mouth and sucks in their soul.
It's like the mummy.
His 52-year-old daughter died this past summer from lung cancer, something that her dad beat. So Larry King is still ducking the Reaper. But he's in the hospital with COVID-19.
Actually, my dad is in the hospital with COVID-19 right now. My stepmom lost her sense of taste and smell the day after Christmas. And so she got tested and she tested positive. And then my dad got tested the next day and he tested positive. So they both have been like the last week kind of going through it. My stepmom, all she had is the loss of taste and smell and she's getting better.
Does she have an idea of where she got it?
That's the thing is that they have not, when I say that these two have not gone anywhere,
That's the craziest
I
thing
have
because I've
no
heard
clue.
numerous people say they're like, I don't know where I could have gotten it. I've been at home this entire time and I barely go out just to like get food. Like if food is delivered, I
That's
might have an
exactly-
interaction with the delivery person. That's pretty much
exactly
it.
what my dad said. He's like, we had Uber Eats a few times or DoorDash or whatever, but my stepmom wasn't even at work, so it was like. My family has gotten tested. Everybody came back negative except those two. So everybody's not really sure what's going on. But so my dad had like fever and cough and that kind of subsided. But then the last couple days he had some difficulty breathing. And so last night he went to the ER and they admitted him. And he has double pneumonia too. So he has pneumonia in both of his lungs. That's a complication of COVID, which is like...
Why did they call it double pneumonia?
Because it's both lungs.
Why didn't they just say you have pneumonia in your lungs?
Because you can have it you can have it in just one lung. You can have pneumonia only in your left lung.
I see.
So he has it in both lungs.
You can have pneumonia in a lung.
Singular lung, yes.
Okay.
But he has it in both.
Yeah.
So they...
And that's double pneumonia.
Yes.
Okay.
Because he said, I have double pneumonia, and I was like, what does that even mean? Like, you can't...
He's that much of a gambler. He's like, I doubled down.
doubled
You
down
always
on
double down on pneumonia.
right. You only get one lung after that, but it could get you to 21. But yeah, so he got admitted last night, and he basically, like, you're listing all the things that Larry King has, and my family's just in such a rough spot right now because it's like... He's overweight.
Your dad's a big guy.
He has diabetes.
He has what they call comorbidities.
He has all these pre-existing conditions, and it's just very, very scary. And, my siblings and I were up like all night last night texting and calling each other, and it's just been really scary and really rough. So,
did your one brother mention that he's like, I didn't work 28 hours this week just so Dad could get sick?
He actually, that's what he said. He's like, I don't have time to answer these text messages because I worked 49 hours today. So please stay out of my phone with this.
Dad's sick with a hoax. Don't bother me with your hoax.
Well, that was the other thing is that my older brother, my super MAGA brother, he's the one who was saying this isn't real this whole time. And it's one of those things where...
Now it affects you personally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's literally been my life since COVID has been a thing because hospital beds are filling up and their staff is like wearing thin. And my mom goes in, might be pulling, 16-hour days because she gets mandated. And I'm like, this has been going on for months. And I'm just praying that she, like, knock on wood. I don't know if this is real wood or not, but like.
For Micah, probably.
I just pray that she doesn't get something. She's up there in age. I mean, she's not in her 70s, but.
Well, I was trying to, just keep everything as positive as we could my dad called all of us individually last night. And that's scary because you can hear it in his voice that he's like,
Yeah, sounds like Tibbs when he would call in.
Well, he's terrified. Yeah. That's what you could hear is that you never see your parents fearful a lot.
Right.
And you can hear it where I'm like, and I even said it, I was like, dude, this isn't going to be our last phone call. Like, relax. Everything's going to be okay. And you kind of, make all those... You lost 30 pounds this year, so at least you're a little bit better than you would have been if it happened in May. You know, so we're trying to focus on those positive things, but it is something that shows that it throws it into such sharp focus where it's like he's at home all the time. After my brother-in-law got sick in November, he locked himself down. He wasn't going anywhere, so it's just very, very, very scary.
Are they in the same house?
My stepmom and
and your sister.
No. My dad and my stepmom live by themselves.
Yeah, but they're all in Berea, but they're not.
No, my dad's in North Ridgeville.
No, okay.
So he doesn't see anybody. He doesn't do anything. Yeah. But it's even
you had explained this to me the other day, and you're like, they're all locked down, and like you were trying to like sort it all out when your stepmom was diagnosed.
Right.
And I'm like, who lives where? I get confused.
Because this is what happens with hillbilly families, is that they just take in other members. So at some points, aunts live with you and cousins and moms and whatever. But no, my dad and my stepmom live alone together in North Ridgeville, yeah. And one part of it that I didn't even think about, my dad was saying how guilty my stepmom feels, where she's like, I did this to you. When it's like, you can't think like that because... You can transmit it being asymptomatic. Like, he could have gotten it, shown no symptoms, given it to her, and then she happened to test positive first.
My son got it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does he have any idea?
He had 2 negative tests, and then he had a positive test. And he said that he had a bad cold for a couple of days. But other than that, I guess somebody that he knows didn't tell him that his girlfriend was having symptoms or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
And so, but, again, my son just turned 20, so I wasn't, like, terribly freaked out because he wasn't. But when he was a kid, the only thing he ever got were respiratory infections.
Right.
So there was a part of me that was like, Jesus. I mean, you hear about like young kids dying because they had something that they didn't know that they had or whatever. So I was a little bit worried about it. But he had a bad cold for a few days.
Is he okay now?
He says he feels great now.
Oh, okay.
He said he's a little worried about what's coming down the road because he goes, they tell you, they're like, you don't know what's coming down the road.
Yeah, it comes in waves.
It comes in waves or whatever.
It doesn't necessarily leave all the way.
COVID-20 is on the way right now because, they had it in Colorado. I don't think the name is COVID-20,
Right.
but another
That's like
strain.
next phase of
Just
it.
a variant. I mean, that's...
And it was in California, it's Colorado. So can they just tweak the
vaccine?
The vaccine.
Well, they said that listen, that's what viruses do is mutate. So this is not a shock. It's not like they didn't know
But
this
it's
was
like
going to happen.
people who haven't even had the first COVID are getting this new strain. Like, how do you get a new strain when you haven't even had the first one? And why do
Well,
some
it's not
viruses
linear.
mutate?
It's I mean, because it hits everybody differently. So yeah, same reason some people get the flu and other people don't.
AIDS hasn't mutated after all these years.
There's
it's just
ton of
AIDS.
different. No, there's a ton of
Yeah.
different.
Every
strains
virus
of
mutates.
HIV and AIDS.
Yeah. But they said that the vaccine that's going out is not going to be. It's not something that needs to be tweaked for this variant, I guess. That's what who knows? Good luck trying to get one. Okay, I've got to take a break here. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can send a text, 35192, and you can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
The thrill of live music is back.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 20. WMMS on iHeartRadio.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text? Your Cleveland Cavaliers are taking on the Magic of Orlando tonight. 7 o'clock here on WMMS. Your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. I think that those two teams have the same record right now. I don't know what that record is.
4-2.
4-2. Both teams are 4-2. So there you go. They've only played 6 games?
Yeah. The season just started.
No, I know that.
The 23rd.
But I feel like okay. Hey, Mike from Parma is a good friend of the show, and you were having some health issues over the break, were you not?
Yeah, I was.
How you feeling, pal?
I'm okay.
What happened? I feel like this happened before, or we heard about it before we went off for the holiday.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on since basically around Thanksgiving. I've been having some issues, and I went into an ER one morning. Just wasn't feeling great. It just felt like kind of a heart attack kind of situation. So I went in there, kind of got cleared by the cardiologist, and from there they just kind of make sure that you're not dying and tell you to follow up with your primary at that point. So, just from there,
was your Mark? Just to interrupt you, Mike, was your split second immediate first thought COVID, or you'd had stuff before and you're like your first thought is heart stuff?
My first thought was that I was having a heart attack.
I see. Okay.
So I didn't feel like anything that was like COVID related.
Did they end up telling you that it was just a cardiac episode?
Well, let me get to that part.
Yeah, okay.
So
yeah, don't jump ahead.
I go there and kind of get cleared of all that. I end up, they just set you up for follow-up, CT scans of your chest and things of that nature. So within that time period of the next couple of weeks when I'm scheduling all that, I'm just a Saturday night, we're not doing anything. We're just hanging around the house. I'm coming up to get some water out of the refrigerator dispenser there, and all of a sudden I just drop. I just pass out.
Really?
Just no lightheadedness, just nothing. I fell asleep on my feet.
Yeah.
Just dropped. So wife calls the squad, and I go to the ER, and they look again. They do a chest X-ray. Hey, everything's fine. They call it what they call it is a syncope. What you were just saying. It was just a kind of a fleeting event. Everything else looks fine. It's great. So kind of fast forward, we're just kind of just going through everything, because obviously if I'm passing out on random times, we want to figure out what's going on.
Anytime, the only other instance I've ever heard of a syncope, by the way, is when somebody pushes so hard to take a dump that they get lightheaded. So whatever the medical umbrella is for that, you had essentially the same thing according to them.
Right. So they
asked
me about that, and they go, well, did you have a bowel movement anytime recently?
I took a dump right there at the fridge, Doc.
Right.
Gotta make room.
That was pretty funny, and beyond all that, we're kind of pushing through everything, and their next thing was that when they did the chest CT, they found some lymph nodes that were bigger. So we're exploring that now. I did have a PET scan, which a lot of people know that might be, for cancer kind of stuff. So that came back, and they want to do a biopsy. And
so you're still, so you're not out of the woods. You're still dealing with all this stuff.
No, yeah. The only highlight, or I guess the only silver lining, not even silver lining, I would say, to this is that my doctor presented two possibilities, and one is weighted a little bit higher. She said one, could be lymphoma, which is a blood cancer, and the other is,
joke.
Yeah. And then the other one is the sarcoidosis.
Yeah.
Which is more of an autoimmune disorder, which Just from looking at it, Googling some information and talking to my doctor on it, it seems like that is the more plausible diagnosis here. Just because I've had so much pressure on my chest, and it seems like maybe these lymph nodes are in my chest, and they're the ones that are causing this.
Could you get like growth? You get like growths on your lungs with something like that.
Well, it's the lymph nodes that can affect various things. So, and lungs are the biggest one that most people get, and it's stuff that just kind of comes and goes. And the things that I've seen, and kind of just looking through some of the stuff on like WebMD, and I'm like, boy, this really kind of is just a track record of like my past 15 years here.
So some people will go to WebMD and they'll freak themselves out unnecessarily. You went there and it looked like your CV.
Yeah, it just looked like I was looking at kind of my history of the past 15 years. Like, hey, you've had this fatigue, you've had you've had some joint pains and stuff like that, which I've had chronically for a lot of years, and thought to be slip discs and stuff like that, which I also have in my lower back. But it's just a lot of these things where it's like, oh, okay, kind of this light bulb is coming out. So fingers crossed, hopefully it's sarcoidosis.
Right, and not lymphoma. Right.
So I figured you had a kind of a theme going on in your of death and
well, listen,
death in hospitals.
Mike from Parma, we've known over the years. He's come out to a lot of events, and he's very funny on social media. And so I hope nothing happens to you, just because you're very funny. And
you contribute to the show for free constantly. We can't afford to lose you.
The budgets around here, Mike, are just they're cut to the bone.
Well, that brings me to I'm starting my own GoFundMe page for my medical bills. So if you want, no, I'm just kidding.
Hey, listen, people do it. What do I know?
No, absolutely not. So I'm good. My insurance is hopefully going to cover everything.
Good.
So. But yeah, I just want to give an update and wish everybody Happy New Year.
It's never lupus. That's what I know from watching House for years and years. It's never lupus. Look if you're on Twitter, look for Mike/Parma on Twitter. He's very funny. He throws in things all the time that I go, God, I wish I'd thought of that.
It's always a text. You're like, Mike and Parma says. I'm like, what was it? Because it's going to be right in front of our faces. He's going to get the one.
Yeah.
You were doing the other day all like the band names where, like I said, my melon's blind, and then you just ran with that for like 30 tweets with different band names, and they were all hilarious. So I enjoyed that a lot, Mike.
And I had to throw you under a bus with Coheed, I believe.
Oh yes, you did.
I saw I can take it. My Politi Scritty, which was a deep dive.
My Boingo.
It was a deep dive. I appreciated that one. Yeah. Well, I know you'll keep us in the loop, but keep us in the loop. All right.
Absolutely. Love you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Love you too. There's Mike from Parma, who always, whether he's texting the show or whether he's tweeting something, he's very funny. He's very subdued when you meet him in person too. He's not like, hey, what's going on? And that's the best kind of funny person too. So
he's such a nice dude, and he actually, I don't know if he's probably still not coming into work, but he worked in this building, and when I had first moved into Squifle Tower, he dropped off a bag of tools. He's like, hey, I just got all these new tools. I don't need these ones anymore. Do you want them to have in your new place? And I'm like, absolutely. And he gave me a drill, and I used it, and it caught on fire. So thanks for trying to burn down my house, man.
You used a drill and it caught on fire?
Yeah, it started smoking real bad.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Immediately.
That's why you didn't want it anymore.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want this fire drill. I didn't think I was actually ever going to use it. So there we go. No, but he gave me a giant bag of tools that I use a lot of them. Just the drill didn't work.
Wow. Alan, I work for a hospital here in Canada. I got my first dose of the vaccine last week. Someone else says, as a Cleveland Clinic employee, we won't be able to get the vaccine until June.
Whoa. I believe that. I think that's around like when normal hospitals, like poorer hospitals, are going to get it.
Like the Cleveland Clinic?
Yeah.
Poorest hospital?
Poor ghetto hospitals like the Cleveland Clinic?
I'm just saying that, I guess
1973?
That's the exception, because I hear poorer hospitals, like in urban areas, they're not getting the vaccine till like way into June. Like,
I mean,
when
that
normal people
tracks.
get it.
Yeah. Of course, you talk to some people in Florida, and they'll tell you can walk into a Rite Aid and get the COVID vaccine. So who knows?
There's a really good Instagram account that I follow. It's called Gays Over COVID, and it's all these like super hot ripped doctors, and they're like, got my vaccine, and then you see them at like Puerto Vallarta, they're like partying.
I'm sorry, where?
Puerto Vallarta. What is it called?
We've been there, and I don't recall anyone ever calling it that, Bill.
Ports of Frittata.
It's
a brunch place.
First
This is in
word of Mexico.
Right, of course, yes. Like I said, I've been there.
Puerto Vallarta.
He's really nailing the Porto.
So, see, I have to give him a little bit of latitude
it's a tricky
there.
One.
Well, no, it's not tricky. If you've ever heard it, I mean, they were giving away trips on game shows for decades of this place. So, just in by osmosis, he should know that. But what I'm saying is, he was so fixated by the hottie doctor that he completely removed his ability to. You want to try it again?
Puerto Vallarta.
I like how the Puerto part is what he thinks that he's.
Puerto Rico.
Can I give him a clue?
We love Puerto Rico.
How do you pronounce quesadilla?
Quesadilla.
I just told you how to pronounce it.
Quesadilla.
Right. So how would you pronounce the city that you're talking about?
Puerto Vallarta. Vallarta. Been around the world.
I literally don't know what he's trying to say.
Puerto Vallarta is what he's trying to say. Yes.
Vallarta. Two L's make a Y in Spanish.
Okay.
Unless flotilla, but that's an English word, I believe.
But it's a really cool Instagram account, and it's always like these super ripped guys partying, and they're in like PV or like.
He just calls it PV.
Hey, don't you dare. You call it what you call it.
Normally, P and the V is nothing he wants anything to do with. Lifeless body found floating off the beaches of Puerto Vallarta. I like that. Yeah, we've been.
What if he got the vaccine? He just wasted a good vaccine he could have gave to somebody else. Now he's dead.
A boat with 60 tourists in it just sank off the coast of Puerto Vallarta.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's a lovely city. Listen, we've been all over Mexico over the years, Gwen and I. We've been to the east coast of the country. We've been to the west coast. That's where Puerto Vallarta is. We've been to Cancun. We've been all over the place. Puerto Vallarta, back in the day, was one of those places where they're like, you've got a 5-day vacational, beautiful Puerto Vallarta. But over the years, it's like Acapulco. They're like, don't go there, don't go there. It's, people getting their heads chopped off. So you got to be like really careful. These former, major American tourist destinations have changed a lot over the years. So if you're going to go to Mexico now, you got to really do a lot of research.
I've never been to any of those places. I went to Punta Cana a couple years ago, maybe 2015 or 16, and I got so sick on the first day.
You got a brain bug in your head.
Oh my God. I was like seriously
what do you
36
think it was
hours.
For?
I don't know if I drank water on accident in the shower or something, but it was a stomach bug that knocked me out for almost 2 full days.
I just remember one of my old roommates went to the Dominican Republic, and he was going to propose, and that just so happened to be the weekend that they had the big like hurricane.
I think I went the weekend after that.
So he had to propose, and it was like winds and trees just going. He's just like, "Will you marry me?"
Makes for a memorable proposal.
Yeah.
Well, they told us because I was so excited, and we weren't on like the clear blue water side. We were on the Atlantic Ocean side, and I had it.
It's not clear.
I had it in my head that I was like, "Oh my God, crystal clear blue waters! Like this is my first time seeing that." And then literally like a week or two before was that huge hurricane, and it was just. They were telling people like don't go in the ocean just because of all the debris and
wreckage.
It's like it felt like I walked to Edgewater and I'm looking at the water. I'm just like this was
murky.
This is what this was for. We flew all this way for
Lake
this.
Erie Whitefish.
Right.
Well, they have a Nickelodeon resort in Punta Cana that they're constantly advertising if your kid watches Nickelodeon shows.
Nickelodeon, home of the NFL.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
all the Viacom stations run football games.
Yeah, they're gonna play the Bears versus Saints.
Yeah.
on Nickelodeon.
And Comedy Central?
It'll be on Fox, but it's also gonna be they're gonna have another broadcast to try and captivate younger viewers.
Oh, they're specific. They're not running it across the Viacom channels.
Right.
Because sometimes they'll be like, the BET Awards are on Comedy Central.
They're gonna do more sound effects on the Nickelodeon one.
Yeah.
So like he passed it. Whoop!
But they've got a Nickelodeon resort down there, and even pre-COVID, my wife's like, "Oh, we should go down there." And I'm like, "I'm not going to the goddamn Dominican Republic because I watch these shows where people come back with bugs in their brain. We've talked about it,
yeah,
bugs in their brain and crap." And that's what But Punta Cana was like, everybody was going there over the past couple of years because it's dirt cheap. They got resort. It's just every decade or so, there's like some hot spot that Americans go because it's really cheap. And Punta Cana was that place. I didn't even know where it was for the longest time. I assumed it was in Mexico.
Yeah.
Dominican Republic. I'm like, I'm not going down there.
I've never been to Mexico. I wanted
Mexico's
to go forever.
beautiful.
I know. I see all these pictures.
It's huge. You don't realize how big of a country Mexico is and how densely populated some of the cities are, obviously. Like Mexico City, it's bananas. I think your head will explode. There's so many friggin' people there. But, yeah, it's a beautiful country. Dominican Republic, I just want one of them brain bugs, man.
Yeah.
You know? We went on our honeymoon to Belize, and then we came back, and I just wasn't feeling well. That's how you get one of those shows on TLC.
Yeah, dude.
Monsters in my brain.
Monsters inside me.
Yeah, there you go.
Monsters in my brain.
Bugs in my nose, whatever it is. I don't know what they're called.
Something made me sick.
A lot of healthcare people, by the way, are complaining because, as with everything else, you have, the states, as during this whole COVID thing, it's been left up to the states. There's no federal guidance at all, really. And in Tennessee, there are health officials that they found out told people that they were out of vaccine because initially, there's a lot of daylight here for scammers to scam. Because initially they said that they were states were getting less vaccine than they thought they were going to get for reasons unknown. The current administration tried to throw the vaccine makers under the bus. They didn't make that much. And then you got Pfizer going, we made plenty. It's sitting in a goddamn warehouse, right? Where do you guys want it? But again, a lot of latitude for scammers to scam. And so in Tennessee, they were dealing with people at a particular hospital that were telling people that they ran out of vaccine. But in fact, the healthcare workers were giving it to their friends and family.
They're stealing them
before other
on the
people.
low. Nice.
Well, you saw that pharmacist in Milwaukee who left a bunch of vaccine out because you got to keep it super cold.
Yeah.
He just left it out.
Just being a dick.
Look at these psychos,
he got
man,
arrested,
that are like multiple felonies.
These people they're doing this on purpose. Like that guy, was he like an anti-vaxxer or something?
Yeah,
so
on
he's
purpose.
He's like gonna sabotage it.
Yeah. Billions of dollars just because you don't feel like it or you don't want to or you're a part of the resistance.
You don't believe in it or whatever.
Billions of dollars just wasting away.
Not even that. Other people could be using it and getting better or preventing the disease,
Well, again, even people think that healthcare workers, because they're like, oh, frontline healthcare workers should get it, and they probably should. But just because somebody works in healthcare doesn't mean that they're not psychotic. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they're not a monolith. They're like any other group of people.
Well,
you got some dummies, and then you got some other. Even local hospitals here, the doctors who are in charge are like, I'm having a hard time getting my staff to vaccinate. They're like, I got 30% of my people saying that they don't want to vaccinate, and they work here every day.
My favorite thing is like being friends with someone like in college and then being friends with them on Facebook. And I was like, you're a doctor now? I knew all the stuff you used to do in college. I cannot believe you're a doctor. I'm like, how are you going to be a doctor and you were shooting up acid?
Well, no, you
were shooting up heroin.
Well, that was before they were a doctor, though.
I know, but you
go to
medical school.
Well, right, but you go to medical school. Listen.
You straighten out.
But somebody has to graduate. Somebody has to graduate dead last in their medical class, medical school class. Somebody graduates at the very bottom of their class. Still a doctor.
At the poor hospital.
They're still a doctor. So they're turning people away at this someplace in Tennessee, saying that they ran out, and then people found out that they had their friends and the family come and get vaccinated. And they had people, I don't know if you saw any of the footage, but in Florida, they had people standing in line for hours. Old people. Because they told them, well, it's going to be first come, first serve. So it's like,
Oh, what a country.
I'm glad those people got it. I'm just really, really frustrated that I waited all that time with the physical issues. That it was just a smack in the face is the only way to put it.
You're just standing out there all day long waiting to get COVID vaccine here. They're like, cool. And that's just the first shot. Then you got to worry about people getting the second shot. So if they're getting all jammed up with the first go-round, holy cow.
So wait, it's not better yet? It's 2021.
I heard it was going to go away the day after the election.
I know, but
that's what I heard.
Then
so
everybody's saying
apparently
2020 was the worst year, and now we're here in 2021. People are dying.
Apparently that was wrong.
Yeah, I'm just blown away.
When I went to see my MAGA brother for Memorial Day, we were down there and
Is he on your phone as MAGA brother, by the way?
No, that's just how I refer to him here because it's the easiest way. You guys know who I'm talking about. He was preaching the wait until the day after the election, and I promise you, November 5th, like that weekend, nobody's going to talk about coronavirus ever again. And then, so with all this stuff going on with my dad, he's texting the group chat, and he just reverted right to prayer. That was all he said. He was like, all we can do is pray. It's not in our hands. And I was like, but is it still fake? Or like, I know this isn't the time to start a fight.
Oh, yes, it is. This is the exact time. I'm like, don't come here. Don't show your face. Nothing.
I like how he thinks COVID's fake, but prayer is real.
That's what he said. Well, and that's what I was like, I know that's who they are, and they're like, we prayed for him, and if that's what works for you, and I text you guys, I was like, I know you're not religious, but send thoughts or vibes or whatever you got, but...
I'm religious, I prayed.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, it was funny for him.
I did the exact amount of help that Cody did.
You prayed?
No.
Oh. You also didn't help, is what you're saying? Got it.
Alan, tell Poundcake I work at university hospitals. We're actively vaccinating, as are all other Northeast Ohio systems. June is for non-patient contact employees. So like the janitor or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well then I know nothing as usual.
He's over here talking about Puerto Fajardo.
Puerto.
We want to go to Puerto Fajardo. Welcome to beautiful Puerto Fajardo, where the seas are as beautiful and blue, glassy blue as... Alan, you can vacation in Haiti like a king. Yeah, but nobody wants to go to Haiti, right? That's a country that never had any wealth. They just keep getting hammered by natural disasters and then putting up shanties again, and then those get blown over. And
Cody, are you the guy who goes to a Mexican restaurant and you're like, one cerveza, por favor?
Order in Spanish?
Like trying to halfway.
No.
Very gracias. Thank you.
I'm a hold up the menu and point type of guy. This right here and 3 margaritas, please.
Three what?
3 margaritas.
Yeah,
the size of a punch bowl, please.
Right. Very thank you.
Can I have
very gracias.
Can I have a little? Thank you.
Can I have a little umbrella on the side too? Thank you.
Just adding O to every word. Some mucho riso.
Yeah. All right. I've got to take El Breako, and we'll be back if you want to text 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007, 35192. Send me a text. You can get to us at AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Any changes on the live stream, Bill?
I mean, the chat's up. People are
We've reopened the chat?
Yeah, reopened the
There you
chat.
go.
So you can do the chat there. There's no more Alan Cox Show Instagram hotties.
Right.
We're doing away with that in 2021. We might come up with something different, but for now, no more of that. So you'll have to find your naked
Hotties else. Where else are they going to find half-naked women online?
It's going to be impossible.
Can I suggest something?
No.
Okay.
So anyway,
what do you got?
Non-binary butt of the week, where we just show a butt and you for your pleasure. It could be men, it could be women. You don't know. It's just a nice butt.
say yes to crack.
Yes.
Wow.
See, the problem is
Crack cures.
Here's the problem.
It's a funny idea. I like it. It's getting the submissions that I don't want to deal with. So
No,
if
you just
want,
look online.
But we can't.
Can't use other people. We have to have original content.
We have to have the rights to use
That's
the
why
photos.
we were posting women
Got
up
it.
there that
Got it.
submitted to us, right? They were very submissive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this seems like Cody's category. If you have a non-binary butt.
There's the name of it, Cody's category.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Send
I
him
feel
some
like
crack.
he would know the best.
That's right. If you go to AlanCoxShow.com, in addition to the live stream, you can see some of the stuff that Bill and Mary did over the break, right?
Yeah, some episodes. We did some live episodes of the Bill Squire Show that were very fun. Especially that last one we did. That was where we got a little silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good
Can
good
I
time.
ask your two opinion on something? Because Bill made me feel like a crazy person.
Okay.
Do you take cups or glasses with you in the car? Like not a travel mug, like a cup or a glass from your home?
No.
If you're- No? Okay. So it's just me then.
No,
right?
it's prone to spill, and I have water bottles for that.
Well, she was talking about putting a ladder into her car that she was getting for her boyfriend for Christmas, and she's like, and I shattered a glass that was in there. I'm like, a glass?
Yes! So, like, the comments I felt like were 50-50 of people being like,
That's
yes,
the old
I do this all
alcoholic
the
in
time.
you. You have like a wine glass at the steering wheel, just
Not
swirling
taking
it.
stemware with me.
I don't
no,
know
but, like,
if you're crazy enough to put a glass in your car.
Champagne
then
flute.
Yeah, exactly. Having a mimosa as you're driving.
No, I'm not telling you you're the only one. You just asked if we would do that.
Yeah.
I would never do that.
I would never do that.
It's just whatever I'm drinking in the morning. So if I haven't finished my coffee, I'll just take it with me.
Let me ask you this. Why not put your coffee directly into the travel mug?
Because it's already in a cup.
But I mean, if you
laziness,
know,
honestly.
you know you're going.
Yeah.
Right. Like my wife does that. She makes coffee. It goes right into the travel mug. Then you take it with you.
One of the things I got my roommate for Christmas, I got him a travel mug, and it's temperature controlled. Like you can plug it into your cigarette.
Yeah, that's
lighter.
called a thermos.
No, but you can plug it into your cigarette lighter. It's electric.
You put soup in it. It's got a little cup on
It's
the
not
top.
gas?
No, but
You
you
get the
can,
gas one. Those ones are way better.
you can plug it in and then control the temperature.
Your car smells like gas and soup. That's the best part. I'm working on an ethanol minestrone. It'll knock your socks off. Your wool socks right off your feet. No, that's a fine, get a temperature controlled who's a what's it's.
And it's not all the time. It's not something I do every day.
Let me ask you this. Do you know anyone else who does that? Just anecdotally.
My sister does.
Do you
So
know
I don't-
anyone outside your crazy family who does it?
No, not
Okay.
personally. But other people have like commented and be like, oh yeah, I do this all the time. It seems to be more women saying that, yeah, I'll just take whatever I'm drinking into the car with me. And it's usually like, I don't know.
Ladies
juice
be
or-
drinking, Bill. Ladies
yeah.
be drinking. Out of stemware from their kitchen.
Yeah.
So
my
you
nice
were
stuff.
you were stuffing a ladder in your car. The ladder smashes your glass.
Yes.
Now, did you learn a lesson from that, or you're like, oops, well, next time I'll be more careful with my stemware from the living room or
It
the
was
kitchen or whatever?
the lesson that I learned was that I need a bigger car if I'm going to be buying ladders. That was what
Okay. You don't want to bungee it to the roof or anything like that?
nothing
Yeah.
like that. No, I know. I know it's stupid to do, and it's one of those things where I'm like, oh, it's not a problem most of the time, but
Well, I'll
yeah.
tell you this. I've never heard of that before.
Well,
I've never heard, you would be the first person that I have heard of taking a glass from the kitchen into the car and going somewhere with it.
yeah,
I've never heard of that.
I do that all the time.
I imagine you're not alone.
Yeah,
I'm
lots
sure
of
there,
people were like,
I
yeah,
was
I
gonna
do this
say,
all the time.
I'm
It's
sure
fun.
there are other
But is-
people who supported you in that.
There's also a lot of people who are like, yeah, my brother or my husband or my cousin, like they're naming the people they know that do it.
They're all named Santora, aren't
and
they?
they're like, and it's crazy to me. And so
Yeah.
I think there are some people that do it, but I would say it's like a 70-30 kind of.
Would you say we're in the vast minority?
Yes, vast minority indeed.
In a vast minority of people. Hey, there was a weather girl in Iowa who wanted to tell. She went viral on TikTok for this little bit of information, and she wants to tell people, hey, don't eat icicles. Something that you think of might be a little bit fun, whether you're, I don't think there are adults doing this, but it's probably for adults to tell their kid, don't eat icicles because they're full of poop. They're full of bird poop. Oh. So don't eat icicles, you know.
So just eat the bird poop straight?
Yeah. Lick it off the windshield. Is that what
she's saying?
She's saying, why do you think you need a delivery system to consume bird poop?
I like my bird poop cut with a little bit of water. Yum. I don't want it just straight up bird poop. That's
right. You want it more.
It makes chalky. You feel too full.
Yeah. You want it more like a sluice than anything else.
I want like a little.
When icicles form, it's from water that melts off of your roof and runs down the side of a building. Well, here's the thing. You know what else is on your roof? Bird poop. A lot of it. And that water picks it up and freezes it in the ice. You're eating poop.
How old is she?
You're eating poop.
I don't know. She's a young girl. Katie Nicolau is going viral on TikTok for that. You're eating poop.
You're eating poop.
Yeah, and a lot of it.
Bird poop. A lot of it.
There you go.
Bird poop. A lot of it.
That's right. So the glove has been dropped, Sam Roberts. Yeah, so don't eat, of course, icicles. My brain goes to...
Die Hard 2?
Die Hard 2. Bill Squire for the win, where Bruce Willis, John McClane, kills a guy, stabs him in the eye hole with, it wasn't an eye hole, stabs him in the eye.
He makes him an eye hole. With bird poop.
Yeah, with an icicle. And I'm like, he could have, sure he got stabbed, but he could have also gotten an infection from that bird poop.
That's a perfect crime, though.
And then he took turns peeing in the bitch's ocular cavities.
Gross.
This way to the cafeteria. There you go. So don't eat icicles because you're eating poop.
You're eating poop.
You're eating poop. She seems genuinely concerned about it. I don't know that you'll hear, again, this girl went viral for this. She may be the most recent in a long line of local TV weather people who have already informed the public about this. I don't know that she's first in line. I don't know if Tanchek has ever mentioned it. I don't know if Jason Nicholas has ever,
Nolan was a weather guy back in the day.
Nolan was a meteorologist from way back. I assume that's something Nolan knows because in my long professional and personal interactions with Mark Nolan, you'll find there's very, very little he doesn't know. And so he probably knows that you're eating poop.
Pretty sure he's a dog copycat, too.
He's a dog copycat?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a dog.
He didn't have a dog.
Well, he doesn't have a dog, I don't think.
It says the newest dog in the family approves.
Yeah, I think
seeing the mini golden doodle puppy.
I think that's his girlfriend's dog.
I don't know.
They might have gotten it together.
They seem to be
co-parenting.
Co-parenting quite a bit. But he's in that girl's life pretty strong.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So
he'll be feeding it, watering it, whatever you do with dogs.
Water him.
Yeah. So it's the same as your dog.
No. He got a mini. I got a petite. Mine will stay smaller than his.
Ah, I see. Yeah, like our dog is a mini Aussie. Australian Shepherds can get quite big, but they told us that ours was a mini and that she's only going to get so big. But she doesn't look very mini to me because I've seen smaller ones and they go, there's all these delineations with pet people or people who really know what's going on. Because one time I met somebody that had like a small one. I go, well, we supposedly have a mini. What's that? She goes, that's a toy.
Yes.
And I'm like, is that like a genetic thing you got to do? Because like all these hybrid dogs, your golden doodles, your whatevers, they're all made in a lab and then they pour them out of a beaker and into your house or whatever. But I said, well, we're supposedly have a mini, but she doesn't look too mini. She's like 44 pounds, you know? But they were like, well, this is a toy. I go, okay. Well.
But Juno's not 44 pounds, is she?
I might be thinking of my kid. I think my kid is 44 pounds.
Juno's probably like
the dog's probably 22 pounds. It's probably half that, right?
Yeah, my dog's about 15 to 17.
There you go.
I feel like my cat is like 15 pounds. Okay.
We're not talking about cats, Mary.
I'm just saying that's...
I know you want to be included in the conversation, but we're talking about dogs, not cats.
I feel like your dog is much bigger than my cat. And my cat, I don't look at her and say she's fat, like a fat cat. But
my dog is a lot of fluff.
A lot of hair, huh?
Yeah.
You're eating poop.
She just long legs and skinny body, but lots of floof.
Yeah.
Very floofy dog.
Also, I'm trying to break my dry spell in 2021. That just popped into my head randomly.
You hear
We're
lots of
talking about
flu.
dogs?
I heard about eating
Lots of
poop, and I was
flu.
like, I haven't had
Oh,
anything.
Jesus, that's what triggered his brain?
For you.
You know, I was hearing you guys talking about eating poop, and I thought, wow, I haven't had sex in a long, long time.
The last time I had sex was on New Year's Eve 2020.
Oh, good for you.
Other stuff was just like...
New Year's Eve 2020 was 4 days ago.
No, that was 2021.
No, New Year's Eve 2020 was 4 days ago.
New Year's Eve 2019. Then.
Ah,
There he is.
I see. That's when he and the boyfriend were making plans to go to Puerto Fertata, Puerto Fertata, wherever.
You're eating poop.
Ah, okay. So your New Year's resolution is to get laid.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I told my family over break that my plan for my 30th, my dirty 30, was to lose my virginity to a woman. And my mom was not pleased.
She was aghast, I bet.
She said, "What?
Shut up, Poundcake."
I wanted grandbabies, not you to go to some whorehouse." I'm like, okay, well, sorry.
But listen, those are two separate things, though, right? Those are mutually exclusive. Your mom is not going to get a grandbaby from you.
If I'm in a financial place to do it.
No, but you would adopt one, right?
No, I want to have a kid from my own loins. I want to have.
Oh, you want to not
artificial insemination?
Oh, you do. You want to have a
just need an oven.
surrogate?
Yeah, just
it's
need an oven.
very expensive.
It's like $100,000.
I got to pay
isn't it?
for
very expensive.
Well, you got to pay for her, and then her expenses, like the medical bill and stuff, and then pay for the the sperm and stuff to just sit in some lab somewhere.
Alan Cox. Super sperm.
I mean,
might
that's
not
me.
take.
That's me. But if you need some help, let me know. If you want that kid to look a little bit better, let me know.
That recycler is playing a lot. I heard it a lot of times where you're like, I got super sperm, and I'll send it to you in an envelope, and Poundcake's like, don't play! It's been a long quarantine! And it makes me laugh every goddamn time.
Oh, the promo that we were running?
Yeah.
Let me find it. Yeah, we were running a lot of promos over the break because we were gone for a while.
Goddamn, it was funny, though.
Okay, here we go, right?
Previously on The Alan Cox Show.
One try, Bill. It doesn't take much. In the immortal words of one Jeremy Piven, I certainly don't want to sound pretentious about it.
Alan Cox. Super sperm.
But I do have super sperm. If I leave it in, you get pregnant.
Cody wants to try.
Tell you what, I'll send you a little Ziploc snack baggie with some goodies in it.
Merry Christmas.
It's been a long quarantine. Don't play like that.
Mary's disgust is what makes it so funny.
To think that that's what would turn him on, a Ziploc baggie of it. Like, that's all it... I mean, I guess it's been a long
I
time.
think any
but
of
he's
it.
just-
Yeah, it's been a year.
Right.
It's been a year and some change. Now, here's the other thing. It's going to be the longer...
What are you doing?
That's not even the sexy part
What?
of it, is what I'm saying.
He's just over there going like this.
Ew! He's like licking and his fingers.
whatever he wants to do.
But I'm
Whatever he
saying,
wants.
like, that, at least for me, is not the sexy part of it. Like,
you're
that's not...
You're not Poundcake.
I
She
know.
likes the balls.
Yes. Just one. The left one.
Right.
But I'm just... That's just a...
Little leftist Mary over there.
little lefty snowflake over there.
And, in all honesty, Cody's not going to get any for another few months. Like, it's going to be more than a year.
But I would think...
like a year and a half.
I would think at this point, what's another couple months? When it's already been a year? When you have sex for like consistently and then it goes like 6 weeks or 2 months, you're like, oh my God, it's been forever. But then I think once it gets to a certain point, maybe past 6 months.
Big picture, I take your point, but you know how when something's been going on a long time, if you know there's an end point, it's just getting... That part seems to go forever.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you pick a random end point, let's be generous. Let's say June, everybody's kind of doing okay.
Yeah.
And he feels at least comfortable to get some in June. That's still another 6 months.
Yeah. You think you could make it till June? His mic is off.
Yeah,
I was
sorry.
going to say, turn my mic off. Now I'm not comfortable.
Because you're licking your fingers.
Yeah, that's what I did. I thought that in my brain, I thought that turning down his microphone would just shut him out of my brain, and that didn't do it.
Welcome back to the studio. You can't talk.
I'm not comfortable. I'm the type of person that I'll get the vaccine just to use it irresponsibly. I'm like, all right, how long do I have to wait? It's like once you get like a STD test, it's like, all right, now you have to wait before you have sex. And it's like, how long to the date?
Well, but to Mary's point, I mean, if what is another
It's already
couple
been
of-
a year, so a few
Right.
more months isn't going to kill you, is what I'm saying.
It might. I want to know if it still works. I want to know if I still got that twerk. I might lose it.
You probably have.
I need to test something.
Boy, imagine the next person that is on the receiving end of that action. Oh, my God.
It's like awkward as hip pops out of
Brace
place.
for impact!
And I've had offers, and I was being responsible. Even over break, I'm like, no, like, you know, if I'm not going out to see my family, I shouldn't do it with some thought. But I'm like, screw my family. I don't care about them. I'm horny. Like, I got needs. They can't fulfill my needs like that.
You can't set up a safe situation, like a bubble situation?
A plexiglass with a hole in it?
I know my luck, and I don't like to push it, because I'm like, I know the one time I go out, it's going to be me. Like, it's going to be me to get it. And I'll have no other excuse, because my roommates will know. If I bring it into the house, they're like, what were you doing? We know you don't go anywhere. We know you don't have any friends or hobbies. What did you do?
We hear all the furniture moving back and forth, rattling around. They're like, you're up in your room.
Yeah, you got the wall. You don't need a man.
You got squeaky time.
Hey, Terry.
Yes.
What's up, Terry?
Hey, I just wanted to voice my opinion and ask if maybe whoever this is can calm down a little. Whoever constantly is going, God damn, GD, all the time. It's ridiculous. You said it like within 5-6 times within a minute. And whether you believe in God or not, it's still the word represents, you know, what is right and holy and, you know, just all the good. So for you to constantly, God damn, that's really getting annoying and pissing me off.
You don't want us to say what?
God damn, you dick.
He just said it. I mean, Terry, I was trying to, you know, if I can't use you as an example, Terry, you know, you got to lead by example. And boy, Bill set you the simplest of traps, and you walked right into it, and I don't know what to tell you. But God damn it, Terry, if you can't get it together, poor Terry, his year is not off to a good start.
Jesus Christ, he's out of... just can't handle it, huh?
I do like the, whether you believe in it or not, it's still the same thing. No, that's literally not what that means. If you believe in it or not.
And then to call and try and chastise someone about it and then say it more times than we've said it all show seems
Yeah, I did not say it half a dozen times in 3 minutes.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
Play the tape back.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Because you were like, these goddamn Puerto Fartas, and I heard it.
Puerto Fartas, right. I did see a great story, by the way, kind of on that subject over the break, was that the Satanic Temple is challenging the abortion laws in 18 states, claiming that they have religious exemption claims. Ooh. Now, if you believe in religious freedom, you also have to take the Satanic Temple's case into account. Now, they don't, you know, for those of you who are uninitiated, the Satanic Temple doesn't worship the devil. They don't even believe that the supernatural exists. They're basically kind of an ACLU with a cool name, right? So they basically advocate for everyone's beliefs and non-beliefs to be treated equally under the law, as it's supposed to be. Obviously, if you've been alive more than a month, it very clearly is not. But they are, the Satanic Temple is filing lawsuits in 18 states that are trying to restrict abortion rights because they're like, look, we've got religious exemptions here.
What's their, I don't get it. What's their religious exemption? That they do believe in it?
That they think that it's, why should one religion, you know, some of these states are like borderline theocracies, for God's sake. Sorry, Terry. You know, are trying to make it extraordinarily difficult for women to have access to, you know, things like that. So the Satanic Temple is saying,
a funeral.
What's that?
Or if they do decide to abort, you got to throw them a little funeral.
Yeah.
Well, I never understood the whole Christianity abortion thing. My mom is a one-issue voter.
So is mine.
Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what an awful person you might be otherwise, if you say, and it's all they're doing is saying, if you say you're pro-life, that's who she votes for. Fine, it's her. But you know, the Christianity thing, like people go, well, a fetus has a soul. Well, that's up for debate, right? If you don't believe a fetus has a soul, then what's the problem with abortion? If you do believe a fetus has a soul, then you go, well, if it dies, does it go to heaven? And if the answer is yes, then you go, well, then what's the problem? Right. And if you say no, you go, well, then that means God is not merciful.
Look at you.
Simple as that. So I don't understand, you know, listen, I get if you're a Rosicrucian or something, you might have some differing opinions on it.
I think their issue
and most people who call themselves Christians, we have seen proven time and time again, are in no way pro-life. They're pro-baby, but they're not pro-life.
I just don't
Wait,
understand.
so if the baby, if the fetus has a soul but doesn't go to heaven, what's happening there, Alan?
Well, why wouldn't it go to heaven? If it had a soul and it died, it would go to heaven, right?
Right, but if it's not going to heaven, it's because you said it's not a merciful God, and God has damned it.
I see what's going on there.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well,
I think it's more or less Christians have an issue with murder. So if
But
the
they
baby-
don't.
But
They very
if
clearly
have-
don't.
That's what they're claiming is that the
well,
mother.
they claim a whole lot. Listen, I grew up hardcore Catholic. We claimed a lot of things that aren't true.
The mother is a murderer, is what they say.
You can say whatever
That's-
you
that's
want, but
the
you
scare
have
tactic
Yes,
behind
you've
it.
proven yourself to not be consistent.
Right.
If they were pro-life, they would care a lot more about COVID and all the 350,000 people in this country that have passed away from that.
Mm-hmm.
But they go, it's God's will.
And how do we know any differently? Right? We don't know one way or the other. There is zero evidence to support it.
Only time.
But listen, what?
Only time a Republican senator or a politician supports abortion is when they get their side piece knocked up.
Side piece.
Sometimes it's
Sometimes they
when
do
their
it
daughter gets knocked
preemptively.
up.
Oh, yeah, that too. Well, no, Sarah Palin, she had her kid, or her
But
daughter.
that's one. That's not.
But I kind of respect her for that because she stuck to her guns. Because people were roasting her like, "Oh, your daughter's a teenage mother." She was like, "Well, she's still gonna have the kid."
You're eating poop.
Right. I've got to take a break. Another chance for you to grab some money. A buck ton of cash, $1,000. We will have for you on the way at 4:30. So another keyword coming your way to grab some of that money. We'll do that again at 5:30 and 6:30. 35192 if you want to text. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. smart device you're packing to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Another $1,000 we will have for you in about 7 minutes. A buck ton of cash. Numerous chances, about a dozen chances now every day to start the year off. We need you to grab $1,000. I'll have another keyword for you coming up at 4:30. And then we'll do it again at 5:30 and at 6:30 right before your Cavs pregame kicks in. They start up against the Magic in Orlando tonight, 7 o'clock here in MMS. Hey, Dick.
Happy New Year, guys.
Oh, hey, he sounded like Jackie Vernon there, Frosty the Snowman. Happy birthday. There was I don't know if it got emailed to us or if it was tweeted to us or whatever, but there was that a real photo of Dick from the Plain Dealer years ago where he's just on the phone?
Yes.
Oh, I saw
Was that really
yeah.
a picture of Dick?
Yeah.
So
John Pedovic did that article. Actually, he called me. He's he does the TV and beat writing for the Plain Dealer.
Yep.
Yeah.
So how long ago was that?
September 26, 2004.
He knows the exact right. So it was. See, when I first came to Cleveland 11 years ago, I didn't know Dick from Dayton, and so when he started calling the show, I just thought he was this kind of kindly old fellow or whatever. And then the listeners started telling me, "Oh, that guy calls everyone," and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, it's nice to get to know the local, colorful characters, when you're in a new town."
Yeah.
And so Dick was first and foremost in that. I will say, I did get a lot of voicemails from people over the holiday who wanted me to institute another Dick hiatus. We did it. We'll do it. We'll do a Dick hiatus from time to time, and I haven't instituted one in a while. I didn't really feel the need to. But I did have a number of people calling for one of those, Dick.
Oh. How about, hey, the Browns rule, buddy. I'm telling you, Bill, I'm telling you, Mary, this team is just, I knew this year, I said 10-6. This is a team, Chubb, Baker Mayfield, this whole team is brought, I really think they can, truthfully, I think they're going to win Sunday. I do.
You think they'll beat the Steelers twice in a row?
At home.
At home,
I do.
yeah. Okay, well, you could be right.
Yeah. Well, you were right.
Yeah.
You predicted 10-6, and they're 11-5. So good job on that.
11-5.
Yeah, and then
11-5.
They won by 2 points against the Steelers with their backup quarterback. So we'll see how things go. I think they can win too. I honestly do. I think I'm
do too. And
very positive about it.
I would love to see it. Wouldn't it be something that this year, I don't think I should say this by now, but they can't go to the Super Bowl this year, can they?
No.
You don't know that.
I mean, they can go as members of the audience. They can probably take a bus, probably get a bulk deal on a bus or something, a group deal, group sales.
Frequent flyer miles. Maybe.
Let me ask you this, Dick. Is there any circumstance under which you would publicly say, I don't think the Browns are going to make it this Sunday?
You know what? I told Bill and Mary, I do think they're going to win by a field goal. Magic will come up there.
You're trying to... Magic Johnson? Yeah, Cody Parkey. This guy is... I
like how he says like we had some sort of separate conversation.
Yeah, I was like, did we talk to him?
When we talked to Dick, we're all here.
Well, I thought maybe, didn't you guys take calls when you were doing over the break?
Yeah, but he didn't call.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought maybe that was what he was referring to.
I think he was referring to 3 minutes ago when he said, Mary, Bill, the Browns are going to take it. Right?
Yeah. And also, what shocked me, Justin Field in Ohio State, I thought Clemson was going to rock and beat them. They destroyed that team, guys.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Yeah.
What Ohio
Who's
State's
number
going to
11 now, huh?
going to the college Super Bowl or whatever, right?
Yes, that's what they call it.
Is that what they call it? Mm-hmm. All right, well,
that's what they call it.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I wanted to tell you, I didn't want you to worry, but the virus hit Lowe's bad. The virus did.
I'm worried
I
now.
was out during, let's see, the 30th November, I was homesick.
Stuck to the lumber, didn't it?
December 14th. And you know what mine was? I just went to urgent care that morning. I was shaking. Mine was in the taste buds, and I got over it in 3 days. and I just I fought it. You know.
Good. Well, that's good. I feel like before we left for vacation that happened, didn't it?
So the 30th.
The 30th of November. Yeah.
And they were so short of help. We had 8 people out. One had to. It was all similar. It was the cough and the taste buds, but they were working on a skeleton crew there for a long time, you know. But I was glad to get back. They got me a little. Melissa from Hinckley got me some. Her fans here, you guys. They
can
got
always
me
count on her.
I'll tell you what. If you are ever in a jam, you want to hit up Melissa from Hell. Just shut up.
Have sweatshirt for me. How about that?
So he's already back at work? Was that what he was saying?
Yeah,
he's already back at work.
Sounds like he went to work again after 3 days when he's still contagious.
Awesome. Well, then
he's shocked.
Then no wonder it's sweeping like wildfire through his store. All right, good. Well, listen, there's a lot of these places, they're trying to keep it under wraps when people get something positive, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to be working with a skeleton crew. We've all seen these screen caps on social media of people blowing up their employer or something with an email saying, hey, if you're positive, just, keep it to yourself.
Just wear masks.
Come into work. Whatever.
Don't cough on people. It should be fine.
Well, listen, that's you shouldn't be doing that anyway.
Well, depending on the nature of your work.
That's poor form. If you're a professional cougher on people,
coughist.
I'm sorry, a coughist, then yes, you should be doing that.
A coughicer of the law.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rick.
Happy New Year, Mr. Alan Cox.
How are you, Rick? How are your holidays? Everyone safe and healthy and happy?
Yes, they are.
What did Santa bring you, Rick?
Well, a brand new lawn robe.
A brand new lawnmower?
Lawn robe.
A lawn
robe.
Oh, a robe. See, I should have known. It's red satin, isn't it?
No, it's terry cloth.
Cherry cloth?
Terry cloth.
Like a towel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, a robe is a coat made out of a towel. Right. Okay, so you're happy with it, and it's comfortable. See, I picture Rick in a satin robe, right?
Yes.
Entertaining.
With like a Speedo underneath.
Or something. He's got people coming over, and he's...
Little banana hammock and just open robe sitting there.
Well, it doesn't have to be open.
That's what I see.
He's like Duchovny in the Larry Sanders Show.
Start this new year off with me.
Say what?
This is how we gonna start this new year off.
Yes, talking about your robe, talking about your you seducing the ladies. That's precisely what we're going to be talking about to start off the new year.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm doing good. Just thinking about you with the robe open, full butcher shop.
Rick's Butcher Shop is open for business.
I know how y'all work.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, so what did you do for Mr. Cox?
I was at home for 18 days, Rick. I didn't do a friggin' thing. I sat on my ass, played with my kid, did every possible home project I could do my annual organizing of the basement.
Okay. What you do, Bill?
I learned some new skills here at the radio station, did some podcasting, got my bedroom floors and my bathroom remodeled, and, spent some time with my dog and my girlfriend.
Oh, you're busy, Bill.
Yeah, I was very busy.
Okay. Of course you miss Mary.
Just dreaming about you in that robe. That's it. That's all that's going on over here, Rick.
Stop it.
Oh, I also got a pool table. That happened while we were out.
Yeah.
Oh, you got your pool table?
I got a pool table, and I had to carry it up 9 flights of stairs because it wouldn't fit in the elevator.
How many
people had to help you do that?
There was 4 of us.
Wow.
What's the size of it?
It's like a...
It's like a bar pool table.
Like a bar pool table that you
7
like
feet.
a standard 7-foot one.
Did you? I would have thought you would have measured it before.
Well, we did. But I just measured it to see what it would do. Like, would it fit in my space? But
not if it would fit in the elevator.
Yeah. Well,
Bill, I don't mean that's a heavy food table.
Yeah. It's nice. It's slate. It's good. It's up there now.
How do people get pianos up to their rooms? Like they're
out the window.
That's a good question, Alan.
Say again.
That's a good question.
Of course.
How do you get the piano like a grand piano?
They get a crane.
Yeah.
Listen, Rick, I've got to move on, but Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, I know you do. Okay, well, I'm glad that you're back live.
Yeah, back live. Glad to hear from you, Rick.
I got stick and move.
All right, thank you, pal. All right, buck ton of cash. It's another chance for you to win yourself $1,000 to start the year. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GRAND, G-R-A-N-D, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GRAND to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
So I've been calling this Robert from, just getting in there.
You come a long way, baby, from welfare and food stamp lines. You're moving on up and leaving poverty behind. You've had a good education. You've seen the best of schools. But when you take a drink, that ghetto comes out of you. I took you out of the ghetto. I took you out of the ghetto. I took you out of the ghetto, girl. I took you out of the ghetto. I took you out of the ghetto. But I could not get that ghetto out of you.
Was Lil Pump the guy that did the Trump rally?
Yes.
Well, he went up with the hat and the thing,
Yep.
and Lil
He said
Pump.
down over Sleeping Joe. Like he was on lean or something.
Well, he probably was, but I was reading that Lil Pump got banned from JetBlue because he didn't want to wear a mask.
He's flying. I think
What
he's
rapper's
flying
taking
private.
JetBlue? Well, you don't have to fly private, but
He's like the DuckTales of rappers.
Yeah.
He's kind of cute though.
Is he?
He's in the weird like.
He's got a bunch of little just worm braids in his face.
Like you smoke weed and you're a little duffel bag boy type of way. Yeah, he's kind of cute. He had that one music video, "You're Such a Effin' Ho," but I love it. It's with Kanye West. It's a good song.
I don't know anything about that. I just know he's like the Trump guy. But I was amazed that anybody, I mean, if enough people know who he is, he's flying JetBlue.
Wasn't he stumping for Trump, but also wasn't a registered voter?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
he said, "I'm not voting."
Right.
But
Not
if
voting.
I would.
Yeah, the if I was voter. So, yeah, JetBlue reps confirmed that Lil Pump, who, by the way, his real name is Gazzy Garcia. Why even give yourself a stage name when your name's
Right.
Gazzy Garcia?
Right, because he probably got warrants or something. He don't want to go by his real name.
Well, they can figure out who you are. He's a public figure.
We were trying to figure out who this guy is. He looks just like this Gazzy Garcia guy, but he's going by
man.
Lil Pump. We're just stumped.
We're
we can't figure it out.
stumped. We need the FBI on this stat.
6'9", walk around here in witness protection with the tattoos on his face. I don't know how he's still alive.
We looked at his driver's license and it didn't say Lil Pump, so we had to let him go. He was trying to board a flight to Parta Fart Harda or whatever.
It said Lillian Pump. That's what Lil is. short.
Lillian Pump.
Actually, he's Leslie Pump.
Yeah, he's 20, a young dude, and he was trying to fly from Fort Lauderdale to L.A., and he became verbally abusive with crew members after being asked multiple times to comply with JetBlue's face-covering policy. His return reservation was canceled, and he is no longer welcome to fly JetBlue, they said. But I was just blown away that the guy's on JetBlue. Because he's part of the Gucci gang. Not the TJ Maxx gang. Not the Maxinistas. How are you going to be a Gucci gang guy when you're flying JetBlue? I thought the whole part of the rap game was to show off your pretend wealth. Some of them have real wealth, but I mean, guys at this level, to show off your pretend wealth.
Maybe he was flying first class JetBlue.
Oh, do they have first class on JetBlue?
It's the front row. It's like Frontier when you're in first class.
They put the front in Frontier. Yeah, I've never flown JetBlue.
Neither have I.
I don't know that I've ever flown Frontier.
Frontier is one of those bare bones where it's like $40 to fly, but then
Oh no, I've no. Yeah.
I've done that for like if I have a college gig or something, like where I don't need to take anything with me.
Yeah.
I have like a bag for my carry-ons.
Just
I'm
get in,
not
get
selling
out.
merch. Right. I'll do that. Because then it's like extra to choose your seat, and then it's extra to bring a bag, and then it's extra to check a bag, and then it's so. But if you're just going somewhere for like a day, oh yeah, for sure, $40 round trip.
I see. Back in the day, it was Southwest. I think that was basically like all you had for economy airlines was Southwest. So yeah, you got to wear the mask on the plane.
I don't know if I sent it to you guys or not, but there was a viral video going around Instagram where a couple got kicked off of a flight.
Because of their
2-year-old daughter
wouldn't keep the mask on.
keep the mask on.
Well, here's the thing with that, and same with JetBlue.
And
They're
they
like,
got banned for life. They're like, you're never allowed to fly this airline again. They're like, we are trying.
all these airlines, they're like, passengers 2 or older need to cover their face, right? Which I think is extreme.
Mm-hmm.
But it also tells me that means that you didn't have your kid wearing a mask when you were in public. If that mask is so foreign to that kid, that means that you didn't have him. You and your wife wore it for the plane, but you're not wearing it when you're out. Otherwise,
kids won't listen anyways.
No. Adults are the ones having problems with it. If you go to a school that's open, the kids do not have a problem with the masks. Teachers will tell you this. The kids are fine with the masks because they get it. Adults are
about that.
It's true.
I've seen kids all over the place wearing masks. They don't.
It's
and
the
there
adults
might
who
be
are
a
being
few
dicks and
kids-
crying and
Yeah.
screaming about it.
Little kids like 2 years old, they fidget, like they'll put it on, but not for long. Like they can't even sit still. How you gonna put something on their face?
That's why I think 2 years old is a little extreme.
That's young.
But
4, I think, is probably like anything under 4. Because I mean, a 2-year-old, you guys have kids where they're like, there'll be days where they refuse to put on their shoes. That doesn't mean you're never making them wear shoes.
Exactly.
Again, I
Tie
think
those shoes around their face. Boom, you got a mask.
I do think 2 is extreme.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that I did
But I
see
think-
that video you're talking about, and I was like, don't kick these people off
Kicked
because
them
they're
off
kids.
and banned them.
Right.
They're just so afraid of a lawsuit because someone's just going to say, I got COVID from this flight, and the only person I saw that wasn't wearing a mask was this 2-year-old. And
But
so
that 2-year-old. I love suing 2-year-olds.
But the science will also tell you that is not a high vector group.
Right.
2-year-olds. That's why a lot of schools are open and they're okay. They're doing fine, right? But by and large, the kids are the ones that aren't having an issue with the masks. It's the whining parents that are screaming. So when I saw that video, I was like, I'm not feeling good about that.
No,
I also
I
feel
felt
like
really bad.
I felt like there might have been more to that video.
There
that
probably
they
usually is.
Didn't include because that can happen.
because she was already filming, so she knew something was about to go down.
Right? Yeah, like they see, like there was something going on.
We just did Mile High in the bathroom, and
let the
Can
2-year-old
you watch our kid while we go bang
Probably,
in the bathroom?
like you can
Not
keep your
even
mask
Mile
off.
High.
sweetie.
They haven't taken off yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how that would work because I was on a flight where the kid was flying by himself. He was behind me, and the stewardess or the flight attendants just make sure they're okay. I wonder what happens if that kid were to refuse to wear a mask. They can't ban him.
How old?
You got to be 8 or 9, I think, to travel
it was
alone.
he was 8. He was really young because he was sitting next to another couple, and they were like, "Oh, are you meeting up for your parents? Do you need us to walk you?" And the flight attendants were like, "Nope. He has to walk with us. You guys can't take him. He's our responsibility."
Yeah, you can't just be like, "Oh, that would save us a ton of time because we got to flip this plane."
Right.
And so, if you could just take this kid that you don't know
Hey,
to their
strangers.
gate, yes.
I think I doubt that a kid flying by himself would put up a stink about a mask.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know.
You have grown-up authority figures telling you got to wear the mask, you're probably going to do it. I mean,
I remember I didn't really start flying until 2018. I'd never really flown before that when I started traveling for comedy, and I would see kids that age just nailing it at the airport, just walking with their little roller bag, knew exactly where to go. And I don't know if I think that's a kind of a Midwest thing where everybody here just drives to vacation if you have a bunch of kids and beach toys and yada yada. But I was intimidated by these preteens who just knew exactly what they were doing because I was frantically looking at the airport map to try to make sure I was in the right wing of
those kids had more experience than you.
Just 8 years old with their little bag and their AirPods, and I'm like, look at this guy just flying. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But they also probably had their parents with them.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
No, but it
the
it
confidence
does.
that they have just kind of walking through
I
the
thought
airport.
you meant they were by themselves.
I've seen both kids by themselves or with parents.
I'm still nervous to fly.
But like a kid that's following their parents around, they're just following their parents. So they go,
Or
I
like
got my
seeing-
roller bag.
They're
or something
mimicking
like
what
that.
they
Yeah.
do.
Or like seeing young kids on the train in New York, where I'm like, I know they grew up doing that,
That's
but
the
where
weird
they're
thing.
just going and they're just getting off like to school. You know what I mean? They're taking a crowd train, know exactly what exit this. I know it's what they do every day, but it's weird to be intimidated by a 9-year-old.
She's like, I got me, stay away from me, lady.
right.
Well, that's like Dave Chappelle's got a bit about being 15 years old and the girl in Utah that was kidnapped, and they only took her a few miles from her house. And he's like, you got to take me further than a few miles. He's like, you get me out of the house, I'll be like, we're not far. That's my bus stop right there.
right.
Hey, Jared.
Hey guys, so I just started watching live stream not long ago, so I'm just getting used to kind of what you guys look like. I had a question for Bill. Bill, were you and your daughter at Hibachi this weekend?
No,
No?
not my daughter.
Okay. I swear there was a guy that could have been your twin at Hibachi in Strongsville Saturday.
Okay.
Were you at a hibachi?
I was
joint?
at a hibachi, but it was with my daughter.
Okay, but what Jared's saying is he
Yes.
knows what you look like.
Yes,
so he's
yes,
asking
I
if
was
you
there.
were at
Yes,
the hibachi.
I was there.
Oh, you were there?
Yes, that was not my daughter though. That was my friend.
Oh, okay. Well, because I remember you taking sake, and the chef was trying to get the girl, your friend, with you to do it so bad, and I heard her say the one time, not in front of my dad.
Oh, that's the joke, is that she looks young enough to be my like we.
This is your girlfriend?
This is my ex-girlfriend. That's my pal. You know better, her. And
Is it true at the hibachi joints they just give you the thing to yourself now? You get the whole hibachi table to yourself?
No, they have you sectioned off with dividers.
Oh, like the plexiglass or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I like that better, Kyle.
So it's like you're in
Interact.
your own little cubicle, but it's see-through, so you can still see what everybody else is doing. But it's
Yeah, but who needs that? I don't want to see what other people are doing.
Miss-
Give me the
well, this
table
guy
to
needed to
myself.
see me. So
Wow.
there, yeah. So she's not my daughter, but when we used to date, there was a time when we were at a drug mart or something, and someone said, "What do you know?" Mentioned that she could have been my daughter or something like that. So it's been like a running joke with us ever since.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to join us on the phone, if you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send a text 35192. You can watch, like Jared was doing, at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. To recover from that shitty year we just had, you're going to need a load of chances to win a ton of cash. Hey, you didn't need to beep that last one. It's a ton of cash. No, seriously, hands off the button, yo. It's a ton of cash. See? You'll have up to 12 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. Pretty bucking cool, huh?
Don't push it.
Sorry. Listen for the keyword to text at 30 past the hour for your chance to win $1,000 on 100. on 100.7 WMMS.
(216) 578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text. You can watch if you're inclined at alancoxshow.com. Today, thank you to Lisbon Durplan. And am I missing something there?
No, just a name.
And we've got
a regular name.
Some Poundcakes from over the break as well. Best of Cobra Radio is up there.
Did you listen to it at all?
No. Should I?
I mean, if you want to. I just thought it would be fun. I was like, everyone else has like best ofs and some ofs. I was like, I have plenty of tapes from back in the day that I could play. And it was just so, I just laughed and I just giggled because the old antics I used to do, and I just used to think I was just killing the game.
So this is your college radio air check?
It's not even, it's an old interview I had.
The American Idol guy?
Uh-huh.
Who?
Chris Allen.
Same guy he talks about all the time. Dude from American Idol interview.
I never aired the interview.
Wait, you did it in college, but you didn't air it?
No, I'm talking about I'd never aired it. Like, you guys never heard the interview.
Oh,
I talk about it.
I was going to say, you still haven't aired it.
I talk crap about a lot of things, but I just thought it would be fun.
So this is your interview with an American Idol guy.
Yeah.
What year is that?
2014, so it's like right before I got on the show.
Okay. Well, that's up there for you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Drunk Sue.
Wow.
Hey, baby.
I'm frankly surprised that she's still alive.
You made it.
Yeah, you made it.
Come on now. Have some faith, dude. Have some faith.
All right, well, there you go. Trust me, it is faith in you, Sue, that has gotten you this far. What's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to ask you a favor.
Okay.
For the love of God and everything holy, except for you, in your case, everything unholy, would you please unbutton that top button?
Why does everybody think that I'm like a Satanist or something? What, you know?
I don't know, dude. That
you're watching the...
Me crazy.
Why?
I thought she didn't have the technology to do that.
I don't like it.
Yeah, like last time we talked to Drunk Sue, she couldn't get a text to
Couldn't
somebody.
send a picture.
She couldn't email, and now you're watching the show? When did this happen? Did you get like a present for Christmas that allows you to watch the show?
No, I figured out how to do it.
Someone hit her with a twisted tea, and now she got some sense.
She's a Four Loko woman, Poundcake.
That's what I'm saying. They hit her with a twisted tea, and she's like, I've been wasting my time.
If somebody came at her with a twisted tea, she would duck. Ain't nobody take a Drunk Sue down with a twisted tea. She's no rube.
You have to take me serious, dude. And at least undo the top button for me, please.
Sue, what do you care where my buttons are? That's on you. It ain't on me.
You look like a. I don't know. I just don't like it.
What? Okay, well then don't watch it. What do you want from me? I'm on the radio. I mean, the fact that you can watch is not my primary concern.
That bustling chest, you're just bust out of that shirt.
Yeah, most people. Why do you think I'm all buttoned up, Sue? I don't need you ogling me while I'm doing my job.
I'm not the only one, dude. I was on the chat too.
Ain't no chat.
I'm not the only one.
No, there is a chat.
Yeah,
we got the chat back up
today.
Yeah, that's fine.
It'll last a total of 2 days.
Yeah, I'm not the only one. I said, don't worry, I'll call.
Listen. You're never going to believe this, Sue, but it is of little concern to me what the people on the chat think I should look like.
Well, I'm just asking you because, I respect you and I love you. Just undo the top
You just
one, for
don't
God's sake.
respect my sartorial choices is what you're saying.
No, I don't respect your what do you call it?
Sartorial choices.
Well, I don't know what sartorial means.
Well, you'll look it up and then you'll go, "Oh, no, I don't."
Oh, come on. Think of another word that is similar.
You don't appreciate my fashion choices.
Okay.
So because for people who aren't watching the show, my fit over the past couple of months is that when I wear long sleeve shirts, I button them all the way up.
Yes.
It's just what I feel like doing, right? If a collar...
Your sartorial choice.
If a collar
like
doesn't...
everybody else but Drunk Sue knew.
If it's not a button-down shirt, meaning that there's no buttons on the collar, I feel like it spreads too much or it's too weird or something, right? And so I button it all the way up. It's just what I feel like doing right now. Next
All right,
week,
well, I got this thing about my neck, and it just makes me nervous. Anything around my neck.
like I
It
said,
makes me
well,
nervous.
How about your back?
because
Something around
Drunk
the
Sue
neck.
has probably been in multiple situations where someone's trying to strangle her, and so I understand that. But like I said at the beginning of the call, that's
If anything like that ever happened, I blocked it out.
It's your problem, not mine. Sue is probably somebody's tried to garrote her with a piano wire at some point.
Hey, Sue, did you see that Twisted Tea video over the break?
No, honey, what was it?
Okay, never mind. It's not important.
She's watching the show, so she can. You can Google Twisted Tea Illyria video, and it's been memed 1,000 times and
went worldwide.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Twisted Tea, Illyria?
Yep.
Okay, I'll check it out.
At the very least, it'll distract you. At the very least, it'll distract you from my top button, Sue.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
guess what?
What?
There's also somebody out there. Listen, can I give a hot shout out to this somebody named JoJo? Because he said I'm going to provoke him to call.
Jojo Rabbit?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, all right. So you mentioning a person?
Come on.
You mentioning a person is.
I provoked him to call.
So you mentioning him is going to get him to call me?
Well, we'll see how.
All right. Okay, listen. I'm glad to hear that you survived the holidays, Sue. Are you doing okay? You feeling well?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm doing this therapy for my back and stuff to try to help my feet,
Yeah.
and it's working, dude.
Good.
It's working.
Good. Making you prickly with respect to shirts, but otherwise all good.
Yeah, you got it, baby.
All right. Happy New Year, Sue.
Hi, Mary. Hi, Joe.
Yep.
Thanks for watching.
Heller.
Love you.
Okay, love you too. Thank you. All right, there's Drunk Sue. I tell you, it's driving me crazy, aesthetically, by the way. It says I have the Poundcake Best of Cobra Radio. The graphic is driving me nuts for some reason.
Oh, yeah?
The spacing between the letters. Who does that?
Me.
Oh, it's weird. It's driving me nuts.
Oh, I did it in haste because I forgot to put it up.
All right. In haste.
Yeah.
I've got to get this up. People cannot
Yeah,
be
I can
deprived
see-
of
I can
Cody's college show 1 second longer.
Why? Because I was supposed to put it up on Thursday and I didn't put it up till last night because I forgot about it. Because I was in
That's why it says
vacation mode.
January 3rd.
It was Christmas Eve, so I mean, I didn't.
It was New Year's Eve.
Or New Year's Eve, sorry. Yeah, I didn't bug you.
So, yeah, I can see why that would bother you. But I'm just going to have to let it bother you.
It's fine. You're right.
Yeah.
Just like Drunk Sue. It's on me, not you.
I'm going to change it up this week anyway because it's going to be because he's been making the podcast and the article coincide. I'm going to make it all the same branding.
So it's called The Best of Cobra Radio. For those of you who are new to the show, our little Poundcake was DJ Cobra when he was doing college radio at the University of Akron. And so he gives you a little bit of setup on that. And then he posts the Best of Cobra Radio. Is it just that interview?
It's just that interview.
Oh, it's just that interview.
The best. There's
Yes.
one best.
That was my question.
That's correct.
I wasn't sure if it was an air check or if it was just that interview.
It was just that interview. I have other tapes that are literally just like maybe 30 seconds to 2 minutes long, and those ones would require. I'm not just going to post those. Those would require like explanation and context as to why I would do those. And some of them I can't even use it because it gives out like the station phone number, and so who wants to hear that? So
have you guys heard this?
No, I'm not.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I kind of do.
I mean, he's told us the story a lot of times. I've never heard the intro. I'm not going to obviously play the whole interview.
It's like 45 minutes.
So you interviewed a guy who did he win American Idol that year?
He won American, or not that year. This was like after he already won. He won
This is
back
like 4 or 5 years after he won.
and he came to
like. Is he still performing?
He's putting out singles and stuff. He was there on a tour, like he was doing like a college tour, and just randomly, the secretary that worked at WCIP at the time, she was like, "Hey, Chris Allen's gonna be, at EJ Thomas Hall," and a rep from him, for his team like said he wanted to do an interview. I was like, "Really?" I was like, "He's cute."
So you knew who he was. You didn't just grab him because he was on American Idol.
No, he contacted us, and I was the DJ director at the time, so I was like, "I'll take the interview."
Did he know that you guys were a college radio station?
I'm assuming so because he was performing on a college campus.
I see.
He wanted to
gotcha.
hit the students.
I
Yeah,
see.
makes sense.
Yeah.
He's trying to sell tickets. I got you.
So the first part, if you're going to play from the beginning.
No, I'm not going to play the whole. Are you asking me if I'm going to play the whole 45 minutes?
No,
We got time.
I wasn't.
What are you talking
about? The first is just me
People
introducing
fleeing
the
the audience at top speed.
Don't already at Radio Cody B, and just let me know what you think of
City. They got into the arena.
Yeah. I mean, the same kind of deal happened with me.
You know, I tried out for X Factor.
Did you pull? Is this what it sounded like on the show, or did you pull this off of an old cassette or something?
That's how it sounded like on the show. This was like back in the day. This is like 2014. So
back in the
we played some segments from 2014.
It's not 100 years ago. This sounds like Marconi's first broadcast.
But I manipulated it after I had already took it off of our our system, and then it was on like a flash drive, so it's been like passed down.
That's what I'm saying. So multiple generations.
Yeah, so I'm sure once I condensed it, it sounds a little weird. It sounds a little fuzzy.
All right.
What?
So, yeah. So
Are you a singer?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you this story.
Okay, tell me.
Why is it so echoey?
I think that was part of it being condensed.
No. I mean, I don't even mean by condensed. You mean compressed?
Compressed. That's what I mean.
No, the source audio sounds really echoey. Like, was the studio a big room?
Very big room.
Boy, what a great... Wait. This wasn't the Air Studio.
It was the Air Studio, but...
Didn't they have, like, foam on the walls?
No, I don't really...
What a great room to have a radio studio in. A huge cinder block room with no audio deadening whatsoever.
We had a bunch of, like, cassette tapes and stuff on the wall, so no, I don't think there's really...
But like how we have like carpet on the walls, essentially, like deadening walls.
I have to go back and look at pictures because I don't. I'm sure we probably did, but probably not that much. And
well, it sounds like not that much. That's why I'm surprised.
The way the mics were set up, that was the original Air Studio. So usually when we do interviews, they're not live; they're recorded, so you can do that stuff.
The hot minute that I did college radio was literally like one semester, and it was the main control room was this. It was a I'm thinking Terry might call me back. It was a friggin' closet, right? And if you were going to interview anyone, which happened very few and far between, they were on the other side of the glass. They were in like a prod studio, so you could see them, but you couldn't, touch them or anything. So to be in like a big echoey...
Yeah, I have to go back and look at pictures.
I don't weird.
I feel like there was just a bunch of cassette tapes on the wall, and they probably had like little...
But it's weird that they don't have, because it's not like this is what all your shows sounded like. It just sounds very
well, like I said,
for...
we normally did not do live interviews. Any interviews that we had were recorded, and then we had a separate studio for that.
Was he live, way back from the mic?
No, there was two mics, and I think one was probably just not the same level.
Well, it sounds like somebody's way off their mic, because you can kind of get that. Like if I go way back off my mic, you can hear the room a lot more.
Well, yeah, that was me because they were filming it.
I mean, listen, in all honesty, this room sucks acoustically because one full wall is windows.
Mm-hmm.
I like radio and all the studios I've worked in over my career. I love it when you're in a friggin' coffin where it's a dead room. I do, man. I didn't get
the same like mid panic attack.
Like
the
my
walls are
size
closing
room.
I didn't get in
in.
this to look out the window. You can't have a dead room with glass on one full wall. No, but why didn't you just record it like they normally would do with guests in the prod room, and then air it later on?
Because
they're filming it.
Yeah.
So he came in during your live show.
It wasn't even during my show. I think I was going on later that. No,
well, then why didn't you pre-record it?
Well, it was during my show. Yeah.
So you did pre-record it?
No, it wasn't pre-recorded. It was live.
So this. Okay.
Now I'm wondering if this even actually happened.
Well, because it was a long time ago. I was confused.
Listen,
we planned the interview, and I did not, for some reason, I didn't want to record it. He was going to be there live, and because we were taking callers. That's what it was.
So
we were giving away tickets.
Okay, but so you were not on. You were live.
Yeah, we were
live.
I
realize I'm asking nerdy questions, but I want to figure this out in my brain. You were live, but you were not on when you were normally on.
No, I was, but
So he did your show live.
He did my show live, and the reason why I had it live was because we wanted to take callers. I was giving fans the opportunity to call in and ask questions to Chris, and that's why I did not want to record it. Now I remember.
And so you couldn't do phones in like the prod room?
No.
Production room? Okay.
No.
Okay.
And my mom let me miss school. Love my mom. My mom let me miss school to go to the audition. Now, I didn't realize that, I guess it was poorly organized. Nothing against X Factor, but I didn't realize that when I went to the...
By the way, were you like a personal fan of his?
Yes.
Okay.
I was beaming. I know.
Oh, okay.
That's why I thought it was funny.
I didn't know if like you were into him or if he was just un-American. Like if Sanjaya had come through, if you would have done the same thing.
No, I was beaming and I was super excited, and he was cute and he was really nice. So it was just a win-win for me. And I knew.
Is he a gay dude?
No,
he
was married.
I don't know anything about him other than his name.
Wife was the person that like booked him. Like on my show. So I talked to his wife too for a little bit.
You auditioned for X Factor?
This was years ago. I actually didn't. Well, listen to the rest of the story.
No.
Audition. People were there camping out the night before.
Yeah,
so
right.
I think they were only letting and this sounds like a crazy number, but it's still compared to the people that were there, 5,000 people.
Yeah.
That were they were taking 5,000.
Right.
When I got there,
I like how you don't hear the guest at all.
I was just
the
gonna
American
say that.
Idol guy can't get a word in edgewise with DJ Cobra because he's telling this big long story, and the guy's like, "Yeah, yeah, oh boy, yep."
You were on American Idol. Let me tell you all about me, about how I auditioned for X Factor.
What was your audition? First of all, X Factor is like a variety show.
It was the, I guess, competition of American Idol, and it came here years ago. And I didn't.
Wait. It was a strictly singing show.
Yeah.
And you auditioned.
No, I didn't get a chance.
It was another Simon Cowell show because it was the show that was on in England, and then they brought it over here. When he left American Idol, Simon Cowell started X Factor here.
But you auditioned to sing?
No, I was going to audition to sing. I did not.
That's what I'm saying. You were planning to audition to sing.
Yep, and then.
But you can't sing.
It was a dream, Alan. All right, that's why I said I can't sing.
Listen, I know I can't sing, so I wouldn't audition for a singing show.
Well, at the time, I thought I could sing. I thought
you didn't.
I thought I could hold a tune.
What were you gonna sing?
What song were you going to sing?
This is your audition now.
No, I don't remember. This was literally years ago. I think
Computer Love?
I was in high school when this happened.
And you don't remember what you planned on saying, or did you just want to try to get on TV?
Probably
it had
a little of both.
That happened years before even this, is what you're saying.
Yeah, this was not recent at all.
But
you were
it's
still
a
going
big
to
moment.
You were going to audition for a show where the primary talent they're looking for, you can't perform.
At that time, I was in the choir, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I got this.
Oh, you were confused by the fact that all of the other good voices were drowning you out, and you thought you could stand on
You
your
can
own.
harmonize. Yeah.
Right, but when you're in your
I was going to
room,
be one of the terrible people that would make
That's
the real.
what he wanted. He wanted to be the
one of the
bad
freaks.
The terrible
interview.
people, and they're like, oh my gosh, local whatever boy, Cody from Oberlin, Ohio, this is his audition.
So you just wanted to get some notoriety.
He wanted his William Hung moment.
Not to wait
Shit bang,
in line for
shit bang.
14,000. I shouldn't have went the day of.
Gone. He should have done this. Yes.
Is it your face I see?
Oh, my computer screen.
Why didn't he audition with
Got
some
so
of the
many
stuff?
songs. I don't believe that you don't know what song you were going to sing.
I
can't
full
imagine
well what song
that
you were
would
going to
forget
audition
what
with.
song you were going to sing.
I swear it had to be Justin Bieber, As Long As You Love Me.
There you go.
I'm every woman. It's all in me.
Anything you want done, baby.
Do it naturally. I'm every woman. It's all in me.
I can read your thoughts right now. Everyone from A to Z.
Boom, boom, boom.
You're not gonna take this. You're not gonna take this. Come on,
Simon. Why you a hater?
It's not Simon. I don't even remember who the judges were for X Factor.
X Factor was Simon. That was what he jumped from.
From American Idol.
American Idol to X Factor.
Simon, you don't want this.
And then he ended up at what is it? America's Got Talent, right?
Yeah.
Instead of One Direction, you get one person.
Wow. What a great, that whole Shaka solo album with that song on it, unbelievable. So good. The great Steve Ferrone on the drums, just drum-wise, rhythm section-wise, that whole album, just heavy.
He
You
took
can have your boyfriend
so
play it
good.
for you, Mary.
What?
He can just play the drum section.
Yeah, there you
just
go.
love it.
Yeah, he woke up, I'm pretty sure, still drunk on Christmas Day and played the drums for like half an hour. I was like, hey, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, he
it's
knows
for
who Steve
Christmas.
Ferrone is.
Right.
Yeah. Man. So you were going to audition for the X Factor.
Yeah.
But you never got to.
Nope. I was
So you're telling this guy a long, belabored story about something that didn't happen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, you're on American
My
Idol?
brother drove me to the audition. I think he was trying to, if I got $1 million deal, he was trying to cut me a check or something. He wanted me to cut him a check.
He's trying to get in there.
But yeah, he drove me to the audition. It was 14,000. I'm like,
Well, Poundcake was excited. Anyway, you can listen to the whole thing, all 45 minutes.
If you want
of
to. You don't have to.
The new. They know they don't have to.
Can we listen to it slowed down a little bit because he's
Half
going a little
speed.
fast?
Yeah.
I'm not doing it, so I didn't even get a chance to properly audition.
Oh man,
I didn't get to
you blew it. You gotta show people at some point. You're on the radio all the time.
But they don't want to hear me. They want to hear me like talk to you.
You're pretty good at it.
That's
You're
even
talking to.
faster.
Well, in a good way.
It's one of my strong.
I don't think we can do. No, you can't do half speed on this. At least not from this interface. I can't. Anyway, I've got to take a break. If you want another shot at $1,000, a buck ton of cash, it's coming your way at 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live. 800-348-1007. Want to get us there? 35192. Want to send me a text? Alan, is Poundcake dressed like Mrs. Claus?
I don't think so.
Are you dressed like Mrs. Claus? I mean, I wasn't getting that vibe, but, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
I want it to look nice. Yeah, why? See,
No,
all right.
no one. He's all pent up. No one said you didn't look nice. Who doesn't think that Mrs. Claus looks nice?
She's a thought.
He's coming out of the closet.
She's literally not a thought. She's been married to Santa
She's
Claus.
just sitting at home while her husband is just out gallivanting all over the world. She got
For one night, and he's working.
She's cheating with the lead elf.
I'll tell you what, I could not stop thinking about that. We finally finished, over the break, we finished Santa Claus 2.
That's a good one. That's the best one.
That's a very low bar. But the hot woman in that, the lead, Elizabeth Mitchell, that actress, very end of the movie, because they really race to the end, right?
Yeah.
He's got to get married, so he marries her, and then he gets fat. Or he gets fat. Yeah, he gets fat again.
Yeah, because he lost the weight. 'cause
Understood.
He was
But
desantification.
seconds, she knows him as Scott Calvin. Seconds after she says "I do," he returns as Santa. Big white beard, big and fat. I mean, the woman was trying to do her part to make sure that Christmas wasn't killed forever or whatever, right? But then seconds. It's like you compressed all that time that married couples have to get out of shape around each other, and they compressed it. Doesn't really matter that he's Santa Claus. She's looking at him like, oh my God. And then he flies off and Christmas is fine. But this poor woman's left behind.
Yeah.
She's still in the bloom of her youth, kind of. You know, I
So
think,
she doesn't get old?
She gets
What's that?
fat by the end of the credits. When she's dancing around, she's fat.
I think that's merely to offset the fact that they're like, oh God, look what he's Santa and fat, and this young woman is left behind with a bunch of children, elves, but still children, and she's like, man, I didn't sign up for this. Like, I was just trying to save Christmas. I didn't necessarily want to get fat.
Yeah.
Be Mrs. Claus.
She didn't know all that came with it.
She wanted to be Mrs. Calvin.
Part of the clause.
So he really raced her to the end, boy. And
A lot of fine print in that
a lot
wedding.
of fine print. That's right. My ex-wife works for a title company, and we were catching up on a couple of things. This was a few days into the vacation. This was a couple of weeks ago. And she goes, "You're never going to believe this." She goes, "I was talking to a guy who, one of her clients or people she talks to, she was talking to a guy who had a big lake house in northern Michigan on Torch Lake. But it turns out, as they're having this conversation, that he lives in, to quote her, Medina, Ohio."
Hey.
And I go, it's Medina, right? And so the conversation comes around to, she goes, oh, my ex-husband lives in Ohio, and whatever. And it comes around to, he asks her who her ex-husband is. She tells him, me, and the guy is blown away. Huge fan, right? Blah, blah, blah. And so she goes, isn't that weird? She goes, he did say, I really don't like the squeaky guy. Was the guy's one complaint about the show. I really don't like the squeaky guy.
Well, Bill, you need to get better at your job.
And that's what I thought too. Right? I'm like, if Bill would stop squeaking so much, I assume she meant the chair. But so whoever that guy is who has some valuable property in northern Michigan, but lives down here and is a fan of the show.
Squeaky guy.
Thank you.
I'm okay with that. Before it was like, who's that super annoying gay guy? Now I'm just
They still
a
say
squeaky
that.
guy.
No, they still say that.
Okay.
You know, everybody's kind of got their shorthand for whatever. And if it makes you feel any better, you don't have to be gay to be annoying.
I know.
If they go, who's that super annoying gay guy? You could remove gay and it would still be, who's that super annoying guy?
Yeah, that's squeaky
I just
guy.
want to be a person who's annoying who happens to be gay rather than a gay annoying guy.
Excuse me, sir. I happen to be gay.
Your gayness is not what makes you annoying.
Thank you.
That's what it is.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Lady, also, a lot happened while we were away. Last minute trip to the post office around the holidays.
Again?
What?
Did you call someone a crone?
Yeah, I was going to say.
No.
Should you stay away from
Oh,
there?
crone.
You get in bad moods?
No.
This is for you.
No, this was my neighborhood post office, so I wouldn't impose on anybody. You know, that happened with a woman down here at the Independence post office.
Never to be seen again.
God willing, you know. And I'm the lady one over from me is got a customer, and the lady wants to buy stamps. What I really enjoy, by the way, about the generation, now she was a little too old to be like a recent generation, but I like casting my mind forward to what will be an entire generation of grandmothers and aunts with sleeve tattoos and neck tattoos and chest pieces and back pieces, right? This woman was probably just like a former biker chick or something, because she looked a little too old to be like a recent convert. She had some old ink, but she was covered in it.
Yeah.
And so it was a nice contrast with like the post office smock or whatever they wear, name tag Judy, and she's got like, prison ink or whatever. And so there's a lady who, I'm just dropping off a package, the lady next to me asks her for some stamps. And the lady goes, I only have service dogs, Kwanzaa fruit, and Diwali, which is some Indian holiday. The lady's like, I guess I'll take fruit.
What kind of fruit is it, though? Because I don't take apples well.
Give me a book of Kwanzaa stamps. What do I care, right? Even people who are expected to be, because obviously they just kind of, it's a token printing of some tickets or stamps, rather, for people who might be celebrating those holidays.
I love the people that are like, when stamps are going to go up in price again, they're like, you got to get some stamps now because they're going to go up in price again. It's like, I have a book of stamps that I bought in 2017, and there's a lot left.
Yeah.
I don't mail things. It's not concerning to me.
But those are people who do mail a lot of things, who are concerned about, you're like, what? It's going up a penny? I think those are people who mail a lot of things still.
I'm just trying to let them know it's not a priority for me because I don't mail a lot of things.
It's because you bought those Forever stamps.
Well, I bought a book of Forever stamps, and it's
4 years
taking me
ago
a long time to use them all because I don't mail a lot of letters.
Yeah. By the way, we mentioned before that CLE Clothing Company has dropped a bunch of those in the new arrivals section. A lot of the MMS stuff sells out very, very quickly. That's the case with the Buzzard Through the Years t-shirt, but they have restocked all the sizes on the MMS Cleveland Football Rocks t-shirt, which got cleaned out initially, but they are restocked in those sizes. I'd love to tell you what the code is for January. I don't know what it is, but they've been running around trying to get restocked. So they're spinning a lot of plates right now. But
they got another shirt that I just saw on their Instagram that's cool. It's like Cleveland is America's team, and it's like 8-bit. Looks like it's a old Nintendo game.
Yeah.
Love it.
Cleveland,
They're killing
America's
it over
new
there.
team.
Yeah.
Playoffs, we did it. But the MMS line, they've restocked the MMS Cleveland Football Rocks t-shirts.
As soon as I see any of that MMS stuff drop, I'm always, like, I'm not waiting for them to bring us one or anything like that. I just buy it up.
Right, you got to.
Because they'll
go fast.
so fast.
So they've got, I think they've still got some of the Buzzard basketball t-shirts, but those Buzzard Through the Years with all of the different iterations of the Buzzard, those are sold out.
Those are great.
But they've restocked the MMS Cleveland Football Rocks t-shirt. So
black tie-dye.
Yeah, right. CLEclothingco.com is the website. Let me give you some money here. We've got $1,000 for you to start off the new year. A buck ton of cash. It's your shot at it right now. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN, GREEN, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GREEN to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Hello.
Hello? Hello, who's this?
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hi.
Bill, do you know what this is?
Is it Wilhelmina?
It's Wilhelmina, Bill. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm happy to be back on the air today.
I'm so happy to have you back on the air, Bill. You don't know how much I miss you. Over the holidays, you seem to have been gone for usually longer than usual.
It was quite some time, yeah. We were gone for a very, over 2 weeks.
Over 2 weeks, Bill.
Mhm.
I don't even know how long that is, but it seems long.
It's less than a month.
It is less than a month, that's right. And did you enjoy your time off, Bill? Were the holidays good to you?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Spent some time with family as best I could. Not trying to do big social gatherings or anything like that. I dressed up as Santa on Zoom and visited with some family members that way, and
Now,
that was
what
cute.
is Zoom? like the children's TV show?
No. It's a program that you can use on your computer to have video conferences with people.
I don't know what any of that is, but it sounds very nice. It sounds exciting, Bill.
It is. It's pretty neat technology.
So what you're saying is, if I got me some Zooms on my computer, that you and I, could you do something like that for me, Bill?
I mean, it's not impossible.
Would you dress up as Santa again, Bill?
For a price.
What's the price?
$20. We'll do $20 for a few minutes, you know?
I would pay more than that.
Okay, well, we'll keep a running clock.
Now, would it be just me, or would it be other people?
I mean, it depends on how much you're willing to pay.
Well, you just said $20. I'm just saying.
But, I mean, if you're willing to pay, I mean, I'm going to do a group rate, or we can do a one-on-one private shindig.
Oh, I see.
Mhm.
All right.
Are you into Santa?
I do like a shindig. That's certainly true, Bill. I'm not particularly into Santa, but I'm into Bill.
Well, we could also just do one.
I mean, Bill, I'm gonna know it's you in the Santa suit.
Yeah, that's true. The kids didn't, though. The kids thought it was really Santa, and it was very, very uplifting and cute.
That is wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a new year, and I think everybody's excited at new opportunities.
Correct.
I'm starting some new things too, Bill.
Oh, yeah? You got some New Year's resolutions?
Well, not so much resolutions, just different things I'm gonna try.
Like what?
Well, I'm trying something that my next door neighbor said is called camming.
Oh.
Do you know what camming is, Bill?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try camming.
What sort of camming are you going to be doing?
Well, I'm pretty good. I'm gonna be camming some green beans, and I'm gonna be camming some vegetables.
Green beans.
Did you forget all the vegetables?
I'm gonna be camming.
Are you confusing canning and camming, or are you going to be doing videos on the internet with green beans and vegetables?
Yes, I'm going to be doing naked green bean vegetables on the internet, Bill.
Let's show some green bean casserole.
That's what I understand. That's right. For an extra couple of tokens, it's gonna look like green bean casserole, Bill.
With the cornflakes and everything?
I don't know what that means, but if you have tokens for this, I'm all new to this. I had a neighbor tell me that I should be camming.
Well, that's exciting. People are going. They're trying to find new ways to make a living, and this is definitely one thing that people are have turned to. So I don't know about the vegetable part of it as much.
I didn't know you could make money off of it.
Yeah, that's what the whole token thing is about.
Oh, I see. I thought it was like a Chuck E. Cheese thing or something.
Like you get tickets and then you can get an eraser.
I already bought a camera, Bill.
That's exciting.
The hard part is going to be running over to take a picture every time.
You got a still camera? You should probably get like a video camera or a webcam.
And all I have is a Polaroid. So I run over and I click the little wheel, and then I take a picture and I run back. And then I think that's how it works. And then I send the pictures to people.
I mean, I don't know if that's exactly camming, but I mean, I'm sure there's a market for that. More of a retro feel to it.
Well, we'll find out. And if you ever need green beans, let me know. I feel like
I have a green bean supplier already. I think I'm okay on that.
I think I overbought.
How many green beans did you buy?
9 cans.
So you're not using fresh green beans. You're using canned green beans to do your camming.
I'm using French cut.
Where's your cut?
Del Monte. Listen, Bill, I think I got somebody, somebody's knocking, Bill. I gotta go. But Happy New Year, Bill.
Happy New Year.
I'll see you on the internet, Bill.
All right, hopefully not. So much piano.
Say again? I can't hear you over this piano, Bill. What?
If she doesn't title her green bean camming page the Jolly Green Giant, I don't know. It's just such a miss there.
I feel like that's probably taken.
You think?
Yeah, she doesn't want to get sued.
The fact that you know about it means to me that it's enough in the public consciousness where she's going to run into some issues with that.
Now she were to call it the Jolly Cream Giant.
Okay.
I did, but it was more towards the beginning of the show when we were talking about it, but I did have a lot of people texting me who were very displeased with the whole, these were Pittsburgh listeners, so thereby Pittsburgh Steeler fans, and they were very disappointed in the outcome of yesterday's game. Listen, one man's trash is another one's treasure, and so, sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, they got a rematch next week.
Rematch on Sunday.
It's the rubber match. The Steelers won one. The Browns won one. We'll do it all again and see who the better team is.
It's a big one.
Now let me ask you this, because we are now awash in the kind of world where you can cast aspersions now on things that have been unequivocally decided. If the Browns lose on Sunday, could they find a way to still play in the Super Bowl?
Just get a recount?
Yeah, something. I mean, sure.
We need 11,000 more points.
Nobody's batting an eye at that. I mean, why not? Something.
I don't think they'll need to. I think they're going to show up and play well, and I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be stressful as hell, but I think they're going to pull it off this year.
Okay.
I'm so excited.
Well, it is exciting, right? I mean,
it's incredibly exciting.
Had a rough
Terrifying.
few weeks. And then just that yesterday was like, oh, I needed that.
That's why you were crying.
I do think it was.
It was cathartic.
Just with everything that's been going on with my dad the last, 10 days, 2 weeks almost, I was like, just let me have this. You know what I mean? So excited.
Now, did your dad take any solace in the fact that despite everything else, the Browns beat the Steelers?
Well, we are the only two football fans in my family. Everyone else really couldn't care about
hockey
it.
Fans?
Yes,
Lacrosse?
They are big into, not even regular hockey.
Cricket?
Field hockey.
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
It's a big Santora thing. It's field hockey.
Field hockey. Right.
Yeah.
It's hard to get that puck across the grass.
It's difficult, and the ice skates don't move as quickly as you'd like.
That's where the skill comes in.
Exactly. Big legs on our family members.
Yeah. Big leg Santoras back in the room.
Mostly gams.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were texting about it yesterday, and he was like, I can't believe it. This is so exciting. So it was definitely a moment of, at least something went right yesterday, you know?
Yeah. All right. Let me take a break. I will have one more chance for you to grab some of that money if you struck out there. You still have a buck ton of cash at 6:30. That's right before your Cavs pregame will start up. And then 7 o'clock tonight, they're taking on the Magic in Orlando here in MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
subject of proctology, by the way, I came across a 30-year-old article
from person.
The Journal of Internal Medicine. JIM is what we call it. And it was a case of the immediate cessation of hiccups with a digital rectal massage. So next time you've got hiccups, it just won't stop. You pop a finger in there, and you're good to go. I haven't tried it yet myself, but something to think about. Whoever was reading the Journal of Internal Medicine 30 years ago knew this. I'm a little Johnny-come-lately to this whole thing. But you know,
try this.
Yeah, people are always like, oh, how do I get rid of hiccups? You know, my daughter is asking me because, you know, she'll laugh. You get hiccups when you get hiccups. You know, you talk a lot or rapidly or you laugh or whatever. And everybody's got their own method for getting rid of them. And so you can't necessarily pass it on to somebody else. I can't tell her, here, try this. I mean, I can, and I have. Try what I do, see if it works for you. Doesn't work for her, right? She's, I'm sure, developed her own thing. But now I can say, get a finger up there.
Yeah.
Is that inappropriate?
Oh, that kind of digital.
Finger. Get a finger up
What
there.
did you think? Like a Nintendo Switch?
Like
what did you
zeros
think?
and ones.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, honey, go learn some binary code, and then your hiccups will go away in no time because it will distract you from the, you know. So for me, I hold my breath and then guzzle a bunch of water or something, you know.
While you are holding your breath?
Hold my breath and guzzle water, and that'll reset my
How do you
esophagus.
do those
or
at the
whatever.
same time?
For me, it's the only time prayer works.
Look at this guy.
You can hold your breath and drink. You just can't breathe. You hold your breath.
That doesn't seem...
I do it all the time for hiccups. Hold your breath
How do you,
and drink.
But you have to put water in your mouth first.
No, hold your breath. Go. Now drink.
Okay.
Yeah, you
So-
can.
Look at you learning things over here.
Like how she like doesn't believe me.
Do you know?
She was today years old when she learned that she could hold her breath and drink.
God, I'm laughing too hard.
Here's-
See, now
here's
there's
something
water
else.
in my lungs.
Maybe that'll induce hiccups for you.
Yeah,
I don't-
right?
Everybody's got their own mechanism that makes that work.
Every time you drink something, you are holding your breath.
I did know that because I learned. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm an idiot. I'm just stupid. Okay, no,
It
because
cuts off one airway so that another can. Yeah.
because like I think newborns, like babies up to a certain age, are the only ones that can drink and breathe at the same time.
That doesn't sound right at all.
I think that's right.
They don't have gills.
All right, do you
No,
want to try
but
and-
because
to breathe through
something
their nose?
about. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
I think it's just. I don't
No,
think
it's
they're-
something about being like latched to the boob or something like that, or like having the. I'm telling you, there's a lot of kids
They have
in
to.
my family.
They have to break suction to breathe.
No, you can breathe through their nose.
They can, yeah. But I mean, like when you give a baby a bottle or
Yeah.
something, you know.
Yeah.
I don't obviously have breastfeeding experience, but like, you know, we give a baby a bottle, they have to.
Now I'm trying to drink water and breathe through my nose at the same
Yeah,
time.
babies can breathe and drink at the same time. Yeah, that's a real thing.
Okay, well there you go.
Livescience.com.
It's been a long time since I was a baby.
Yeah.
But next time you can't listen. If you're one of those people that maybe you're prone to intractable hiccups, you get a finger up there. Digital rectal massage. I might do it.
My girlfriend got the hiccups on New Year's Day.
If
And
only you'd known
so
this
funny.
then.
So fun. Yeah, we figured it out. She just drank more
There you go.
and then passed out.
Whenever I have hot sauce, like if I go to like
Oh yeah, when I eat hot things,
if I go to Naf Naf or if I get like a buffalo chicken sandwich somewhere, I'm always like, "Ugh, I'm gonna have
Oh,
the
spicy stuff will give you hiccups?
Yeah, spicy stuff gives me hiccups
Yeah.
too. In fact, it's
Apples.
like real spicy. Apples.
Apples for me. Almost, I love green apples, and I would say
That's so odd.
70.
Why apples?
I would say 70% of the time when I eat an apple, I'll have hiccups afterward.
I got back into apples over the break.
I love them.
I loved them as a kid, but now they feel labor intensive. And I just, you know,
I
they're-
sliced
You slice them? Yeah, I slice them.
That's what I started doing. That's what I was doing for my daughter, and then I found myself munching on their apple slices because
Yeah.
she's not eating a whole apple, obviously. So I'm like, I should get back into apples. They're great for
Love
you.
apples.
Do you love applesauce?
Ugh, no, I actually. Well, it's
Really?
because I like.
Oh, I don't mind it, but I couldn't tell you the last time I had apples.
I enjoy applesauce.
I like green apples though. What?
Just the way he said that. I enjoy applesauce.
It's one of his
It's
simple
a
pleasures.
very like we used to keep a big jug of applesauce. It almost looked
like a gallon, yeah.
Or like a jar.
No, because
no, it was a
those
jug.
big plastic
It was not a
ones.
jar. It was not a jar.
That's just a plastic jar.
Or a jug.
Okay. Okay.
Or if you have little kids, you find yourself eating their apple squeezies or whatever, right?
Those things are good.
Applesauce is good, but as a grown man, I can't remember the last time I had it.
I feel childish
Because
whenever I eat a Go-Gurt.
you have to buy applesauce.
Yeah.
As a grown man, I don't know why you would do that.
Like, for my kids. Just make it make a
lie
statement.
about it?
You have to register. Got kids, you know. They love that
For
applesauce.
kids.
You know how the kids are. By the way, I'm being told by a lot of people, I don't know if this is... They're accusing me. At the top of the show, I was talking about all of the celebrities that died while we were gone.
Uh-huh.
And it was all, reputable... One of them is still alive, apparently.
Really?
TMZ is saying that Tanya Roberts is still alive.
See? They just wanted her vote.
Despite her publicist and husband saying that she had died, Tanya Roberts was on that 70s show. She was a Bond girl in the midst of all these other celebrities we were talking about who died while we were gone. Her rep says she's now alive. Even though he sent out a press release because people were like, oh, you killed somebody else off. I have a habit here on the show of prematurely saying people are dead. But these were all people who had publicly been, the information, if you're famous, they sent a press release. And they said that she had collapsed at her home on Christmas Eve and never regained consciousness. They got her to Cedars-Sinai, put her on a ventilator, and then her husband said that she had died. And now they're saying that she's not dead. That her husband...
Her death has been greatly exaggerated.
I know, I was just laughing at that line.
Exaggerated.
That her husband got a call just after 10 o'clock this morning from the hospital saying that she was still alive.
From Christmas Eve?
And he believed... Well, she was on a ventilator, and, he thought that she was dead.
He's like, damn it, now I gotta call the insurance back.
I think they work that bad.
Nice. They probably,
hello, insurance?
Well, if you go in for something like that, like people who have cancer and, they were like, they have stage 4? Yeah. They're like, well, so call ahead of time. So I don't know if this is one of those situations, but...
It's like in Schitt's Creek when everyone thought Moira was dead and they were sending all the flowers and everything.
Yeah. So, according to this, Tanya Roberts is still alive. Now,
I don't mean to
she's
laugh,
not up and
definitely.
running around. I mean, I think they're just saying that she is not dead. Not that she's, on a pogo stick.
Could you imagine if she was like back to normal? She's just like, these bitches thought I was dead. She would have the best stand-up show ever. Like, back from the dead is Tanya Roberts.
I guess so.
That's pretty one note. For
60
someone that's never done stand-up before.
It'll be
TMZ thought I was dead, but I'm not.
Now what? Hey, what else is going on,
What do you guys
right?
want to talk about?
So
happy to be
Tanya
here.
Roberts, again, it wasn't one of my premature murders here on the show, but she's...
It was her husband and her publicist. You
yeah,
didn't do it.
It doesn't get
They're
much
in
more...
cahoots.
Doesn't get much more definitive than that. You know what else bummed me out over the break?
What's that?
We were talking about Ted Lasso earlier.
Yeah.
That Jason Sudeikis and Olivia Wilde split up. I thought that they were married. They've just been engaged for 8 years or something. They have 2 kids, And anytime you'd see either of them on some show, they'd be talking about how awesome the other one was in like this really genuine way. I was so bummed out when I read, because I was like, here's 2 seemingly really cool, good-looking people. They got a couple kids. I thought they were married. They just said they split up.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's supposedly like hanging out with Harry Styles or something. I don't know what. But I was like, I don't know why I cared, but I was like, that's a real bummer. Because Sudeikis is a good-looking dude, I think. And
I
she's
like
super
him.
hot.
And he's funny.
Very funny.
She was already married to some like Italian prince when she was 18.
Into younger men. Wow.
Yeah, how old is Harry Styles?
My age.
He's younger than you, I bet. How old are you? You're pushing 30, right?
I'm 28, yeah.
He's probably 25, 26.
No, I don't know about that. I think he's my age.
Oh.
I'll see.
I wouldn't trade for that.
Anyway, she's heading to 40 and looks great. But
You're right. He's 94, 26.
He's 94.
Born in 94.
Great for 94.
Yeah, there you go. Looks
Also
really,
very
really
progressive
good.
for a
know his
94-year-old.
skincare routine.
You got to exfoliate. You
Yeah,
have
63
got to
million.
exfoliate.
You know what, though? I don't know. I probably did something wrong. My college agent sent me a body scrub for Christmas, and it was like a nice little gift to get. It's like a sugar scrub, and I used it on my face, and now I have zits. Like, they're not big, noticeable zits, but I was like, oh, this will be good exfoliation for my face.
Have you washed your masks since you used it?
No.
Some people get mask knee.
But that's never been an issue before.
But maybe because you exfoliated your face.
Oh, you're saying that my dirty mask on my clean skin.
Yeah, that's what,
It might
exactly what I'm
be.
saying.
Yeah. Because it's
Wash
only
the
like
mess.
around my mouth, kind of. It's
Ask
not
me.
herpes.
$5.59.
Oh, God.
Got the hula-he's in the background.
Yeah, the yodeling will really mess up the around my mouth.
No, I heard. I heard from one of our Pittsburgh bureau chiefs. We have a lot of people who listen in the Steel City. Completely irrespective of the Browns-Steelers game, and I can only assume that this is directed to people who want to speak professionally. But CCAC, which is the Community College of Allegheny County, is offering a course called How to Lose Your Pittsburgh Accent.
I want to sit in on that class.
It's starts on the 21st of this month. It is a 1-week course. There are the class meets twice in 1 week. It's $49.
And that's that.
And you can lose your Pittsburgh accent. The website says people who took this also took, because it's a course sign up for CCAC, also took voiceover acting, retirement planning, and basic skills for stage and film.
You know what I'm doing? If I'm someone that's hiring voice actors, I'm going there and getting people that have the strong accent and being like, you, be yourself. Use this accent and sell some Iron City beer and all that stuff.
But that's not what they might not be what they need to be cast for.
But it's also depends if you're going to work in media or it's the Veronica Corningstone joke about working on her non-regional accent, you know, where you just flatten it out, and you can hear people in any city who are clearly from other areas, but they've learned to flatten it out. Not just that news voice we're always talking about, but like we've got a couple people here locally who shall remain nameless.
Call them out.
No, I won't. No.
Yeah.
They're nice people. But
You're not saying bad things about them.
They're very, I don't want to blow up their spot. But they are clearly working very hard on kind of flattening their dialect, right? And so, but it also depends on what your aspirations are. Because let's say you're on the radio. That's a local medium for the most part, right? So if you're from the city you want to work in, that actually works in your favor. When I was on in Pittsburgh for many years, you could scan the dial and you wouldn't hear people that were full-on Yinzers, but you would hear people that had that twang. Like if you ever hear Dennis Miller, he's from Pittsburgh. Doesn't like to talk about it because I think he thinks it's beneath him, but he's got one of the thickest Pittsburgh accents I've ever heard in my life, ironically. Once you know what to listen for. I didn't know what it was before I lived there. I go, oh, God, Dennis Miller, Don, and all that kind of stuff. So if you're going to take a How to Lose Your Pittsburgh accent class,
Pittsburgh accent.
I'd love to go in there and teach that. I'm not even from there, but I'd love to go in and teach it.
On how to
and
lose
then
it.
do the switcheroo, and they go, oh, my God, it's the best $49 I ever spent. It's amazing. But I just love that it's 2 classes. How do you
Can't get it all done in one, man. Come on.
No, just 2
No.
to lose an entire dialect.
Right, more than 1, less than 3.
All right, thank you for coming to How to Lose Your Pittsburgh Accent, lesson 1. Don't talk like this no more. All right? You're going to drive people out of the room. Question to be asked.
I would love to sit and watch that class.
I would too.
Just having people be like, I say, how?
Where do you draw the line? It's a slippy slope.
Where do you draw the line?
Where do you draw the line? It's a slippy slope. It can be a slippery slope. When I was a 6th-year senior at Still Rocks High School, my teacher would always tell me to wash my feet. I'd say, give me a terrible towel, you jag-off. When I was in high school, my teacher would ask me to bathe more frequently. And I would say, please hand me a towel. I love that, though.
A yellow towel.
A yellow towel. Yeah. So, if you are, thank you to our bureau chiefs who sent that to me. It wasn't just one. They have a How to Lose Your Pittsburgh Accent class over there at CCAC. I don't know if that's main campus, if it's Greensburg, I don't know where. But he's right, it's a slippy slope. You gotta look into it.
Is that a thing they say, slippy slope?
Slippy, yeah. It's a slippy.
Instead of slippery?
Yeah. We got 4 inches last night. So slippy up there on Potomac Avenue. I had to walk all the way down to see my car. I almost slid into a Subaru right there by the Eden Park at Banksville. They're still having explosions. You know, Nashville over the break, too. They had that Christmas morning explosion.
Yeah.
I texted a buddy of mine who just moved there from L.A. with his family. I'm like, boy, you guys picked a great time to go to Nashville. They had a couple of explosions in Pittsburgh. Had somebody driving around throwing, like, homemade IEDs out of their car.
Maybe she just wanted to get pregnant.
Mary.
Get it?
No, I don't get it.
Never mind.
They had some guy.
Highbrow, Alan.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what around here.
Very, very smart.
I'll tell you
You don't
what.
get my humor.
You better wake up pretty early in the morning.
You don't confuse an IED with an IUD.
Ooh, one of them will blow up in your face and the other one
will throw up in your face.
something. Oh, look at me. In my elbow-length white gloves.
I look down on fart jokes.
That's right.
I will tell only vagina ones.
It's a slippy slope.
That's why I'm the Queen of England.
Okay. Anyway.
So, the explosion.
I don't have anything else for that. Yeah, but they had a car driving around that chucked one of them out of a car.
That's terrifying.
And blew something up, and then across the city, somebody called in a second explosion about 10 minutes away by car. And nobody got injured, but called the bomb squad out.
I had a friend in college who
We just showed up and everything over here just blowed up right in our faces.
Just one poof.
He got the wires coming out of a 6-pack iron.
I had a friend in college who was not obsessed with it, but he had a phase where he wanted to make a homemade bomb for a while.
Face or phase?
Both.
Yeah.
He put on a different face.
He had
and
a
then
face
that
for
was
bomb
it.
making.
It was his bomb face.
Oh, my brother.
Is that a guy thing?
It's some type. It's like a pyro thing.
I was like,
I think
why?
it's similar like avenues there because my brother's always making crap like that.
He was like, we would go to his house and he'd be like mixing things. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm just trying to like make a bomb. Go on YouTube. I'm like, all right, weirdo.
YouTube now, but back in the day, if you met somebody who had this book called The Anarchist Cookbook,
yeah.
you were like, okay, I'll see you later on.
Time to
because
go.
There's a friend of our family. He was a congressman, and his son got expelled from school, and it's like a big like why he didn't get reelected because his son had the Anarchist Cookbook and got kicked out of school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I always love that, listen, if you are going to be a bomb maker, it could end very badly for you. You know, it often does.
That's where I'm like, you don't know what you're doing, man.
Well, that's why the fact that they blew up about 40 buildings in downtown Nashville, it's amazing more people didn't get hurt. But that aside, the FBI...
It was that big of an explosion?
It was a big deal. It was in an RV, yeah.
I knew it
the
was
guy
a
blew
big
himself
explosion,
up
but like
and-
how many buildings?
40.
What I read was that 40 buildings got hurt somehow.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
Yeah.
Not like 40 buildings like collapsed.
No, not leveled.
Okay,
I don't think anything was leveled.
Yeah,
But again, and this is another case of like friends of the guy, the girlfriend, calling the cops a year ago and going, look, this guy's making a bomb in his RV. And the
then
cops
they-
go, oh, we didn't find it.
They gave her a psychiatric evaluation after that, where they were like, is she all right in the head to be making these phone calls? Or is
It's
she
Tennessee.
just mad at him? Or,
Every other guy is making a bomb.
Yeah, but still, I mean, this is the one you don't look into.
I guess. You'd think that they would be chasing all those down in 2020.
Right.
But anyway...
He's one of those 5G morons, right?
5G morons. But I was reading an amazing thing where the people who are investigating it, the demolitions experts and the FBI, they're like, whatever this guy did was really amazing. Because the particular type of explosive this guy made, they're like, we've never seen anything like it before. And this guy was no genius. I think he was just a guy like making bombs. But they were like...
He messed up and then made something like...
Well, because they're like, the thing that, the one that he put together, they're like, so many things had to go exactly right for him to end with that finished product, which I would think is true in any bomb making.
But how did he accidentally, while making it, not blow a hand off? Or
That's what they're saying. They're like, this particular kind, you'll get these kids who show up at the, there was a story a few months ago about some kid who showed up at the police station, missing a hand, 3 fingers on the, they go to his apartment, there's meat everywhere in the bedroom, blood, and he's like, I had a woodworking accident. You blow up half your body, you might just want to go in and go, yeah, I screwed up.
Do you think it's more likely that guy like knew exactly what he was doing, or he got crazy lucky? That like just so happened to be mixing the ingredients in the right way, and
could be.
I don't know.
But yeah, those the girlfriend and they're like, we called you guys a while ago. The Nashville bomber mailed materials with his viewpoints to acquaintances. See, these guys never come out of nowhere.
Oh, they want people to know.
They can't shut up about it. So it's like when something like this happens, there are a lot of people you can pin the blame on. The guy who detonated a vehicle bomb in downtown Nashville sent all kinds of materials to several acquaintances throughout the country.
What do you even do? That's like, if someone you worked with sent you a video of a bomb, you're like, I would. Like, do you call the cops? Is this guy joking? Like, you don't know.
Police had been told that he was building bombs. 8 people were injured and it damaged more than 40 buildings, including the AT&T building, because, of course, he was one of these dopes who thinks that 5G is carrying the coronavirus.
But the tower's not in the building. The tower's not in the building, though.
Well, I mean, you're looking for logic in these things.
That's why I think it was not that he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I think he got lucky.
Yeah.
If someone sent you a picture or a video of a bomb, would you report it?
Hell yes.
Immediately? Like someone who was like, oh, you wouldn't think, like, is this a joke?
If they're sending it with, like, hey, I have this,
I don't know what the context of, like, the email or the text was.
This is my plan, or, like, because of 5G. Yeah, I would be like, what are you doing? I'm not joking around with this stuff.
Yeah.
Because then you're incriminating yourself.
I mean, we have dumb comedy friends that say stuff sometimes
That's
where I'm
what I'm
like,
saying, we're like,
hey, you got to calm that down, because what you think is a joke is actually a crime.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to take a break. Your Cavs pregame on the way at 6:30. Just before that is going to be your next chance to grab some money, $1,000. For you can win a buck ton of cash coming up. So if you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Book your free consultation at nphm.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting.
New Year's resolution. Get in shape, and iHeartRadio's got you covered. Just put on your headphones and tap play. Curated collection of the most inspiring and motivating podcast episodes to help you achieve your New Year's resolutions. 2020 set the bar pretty low, so you got this. iHeartRadio, number 1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
They're all coming back.
Ask Alexa. Okay, Google. You can even ask Mary.
Hey. No, what is it?
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Okay, we gotta go. What do you got coming up, William?
A new episode of the Bill Squire Show dropped today with Cody Cooper, and I will be at Hilarities this Friday and Saturday featuring for the hilarious Chad Daniels.
He'll be on Thursday.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire and TikTok, King of Plop.
Mary Lynn?
You can follow me on Instagram, Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter, Mary _Santora. I also got a TikTok, but I think I'm going to delete it because I feel old. So
I was on TikTok when it first started for about a week, and I was like, oh, this is not for me.
Dude, I'm not feeling it.
This is not on brand for me.
I don't know. I feel very weird about it. I feel old and not creative.
Yeah, I'm like, nobody I'm talking to is looking for me here.
Right.
Yeah.
Feels weird. But
Yeah.
I'm on there for now if you want to check that
All
out.
right, well, there you go. Hasn't stopped the king of plop.
Nope.
Plop rolls on.
I farted on there.
There you go. He farted on there. Poundcake?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. Check out the latest Poundcake at AlanCoxShow.com and on iHeartRadio for the Poundcake podcast. And yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today. Good to be back. We will talk to you again tomorrow at 2. If you want to leave us a message before then, the Alan Cox Show After Hours line, it is 216-986-8903. You can listen to today's show on demand, and many that have preceded it in the iHeartRadio app. You can watch, if you're so inclined, at AlanCoxShow.com. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And that's it. Another $1,000 here for you. About 6 minutes from now, a buck ton of cash, $1,000, and then right into your Cavs pregame coverage. They will start up in Orlando against the Magic tonight at 7 o'clock here on MMS. So thanks, guys, for hanging